Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today?
Hello, Fee.
Hello.
Hello.
We have ourselves a sick Frax and a substitute German. So,
Guten Tag.
hi RT, hey Afton, hey everybody. Welcome. Welcome to technically episode 1 since session 0 was last month. So, episode 1 of Cross the Horizon podcast, Buried Entry. Yeah. We're going to be talking
Break
about
the champagne.
break the sham. As long as the boat doesn't sink, just don't name it Titanic, please. So yeah, we're gonna be talking about a lot of stuff today. We're gonna be, of course, going over some of our general news, see how everyone's doing, and the whole barrier of entry premise is we're gonna be talking, kind of like what it takes to get started with games, or even to stay invested in games as well. We're gonna be talking about monetization of video games, and other forms of media. We'll kind of go into that once we break into that topic. But first and foremost, I'm just going to go around. Obviously, I am DM Rain. I am from last month, part of the community. I DM. I like nerdy stuff. Uh, and I'm just going to go around and see how everyone's month's been and kind of what's been going on. So we'll start off with Core. How you been? Tell us. You were here last month, but let us know a little hello and what you've been doing this month.
Hi, I'm Koreanos Core for short. I have had a pretty eventful month at work, and otherwise I've been spending my leisure time very, very leisurely, like just playing games, doing the one or the other TTRPG, like one-shots, and had a lovely time, yeah.
Yeah, we actually got to play Pathfinder, which was really fun.
Yes, we did.
And
It was.
I think we hope might play it again on Tuesday, and I might stream it too on the ATH podcast channel, just to see how it goes. All right, next up is Ophi. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Past month, I've been dealing with a hip unalignment this past couple weeks, and gaming-wise, like most people, I've been knee-deep in the Shadows of the Erdtree DLC. I've also got First Descendants installed, which is another Warframe-esque game, and of course, I did the Jade Shadows Warframe quest on release, so.
I was just
Busy month for the Angel.
I was just playing First Ascendant before we started to unlock a character to kind of see how the monetization worked on it. So it was pretty interesting.
I haven't given it. I haven't touched it yet. I just downloaded it.
Yep, I got some footage. Maybe I might put it up on here when we talk about it. Uh,
Hey,
and finally, last but definitely not least, our good boy Fraction. Uh, how you been doing? Other than of course sick. How was your month? What you been up to?
A bit of a happy month, still looking for work, but things go as they go. Learned a lot, that's important. And still playing TTRPGs, including that one on Tuesday.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yep.
Also, we talked about you were interested in possibly streaming at some point some of the campaigns for Age of Empires and
Age of Empires, yeah.
doing a little bit of a
Yeah,
history talk with that. That'd be really cool. Some
that's
nerd
an
talk.
idea that I've been thinking about, yeah. I kind of want to get started with it when I'm no longer sick.
Yeah, yeah, definitely take care of yourself first. So, all right. So, we do have a couple topics we want to go over before we kind of dive deep into the whole thing that's going on with our monetization here. So, first off, give me a second. So this month has been a interesting month for news. One of the biggest news, of course, if many of you guys are into comics at all or whatnot, are well aware of Ben Potter, or aka the Comic Historian. He passed away on the 8th of June due to a tragic accident. So that was kind of a big shock to a lot of people. I know I used his YouTube channel for kind of a reference for a lot of like getting into comics, learning about stuff that's going on. I used to like listening to him. He's kind of been a staple for YouTube. Seemed to be a pretty decent fellow. Any of you guys used to follow him or watch him at all?
I did. I actually used him as a reference point. So anyone that doesn't know, new comics release on a Wednesday. So I'd watch the Wednesday videos to see if anything new was coming out, and what should I actually go spend my money on, and what should I avoid. If he spoke highly of something, I knew that it was good, and if he spoke about something with the least bit of disinterest, I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't even bother with that. So it helped me curate a collection outside of what I normally would read.
Right.
And whenever I heard about his passing, I genuinely grieved.
Yeah, especially when it's a tragic accident as well. Something
Yeah.
that
Hmm.
hey, very well, that just happens. It just kind of reminds you that you can't take anything for granted every day that you have on here. So appreciate the friendships and all the interactions that we make here, and try to be positive. Which
Hmm.
you know. What about the core Frax? Where you have you guys follow him too much about his career or know much about him?
Honestly,
I only found out when he passed, so was kind of sitting there like, oh, damn, I missed something good. I'm not much into comics, but it did, like, going over his works after he passed really gave me the impression like this is sort of like a Total Biscuit kind of person, but for comics. So that's not a name I invoke without reason.
Yeah, yeah. The Total Biscuit was another person that was a staple for me in the back in the day. But yeah,
Mm,
for Benny, Benny Potter, aka Comic Historian. I mean, he started his channel back in but 2014, I think it was, once he retired from the
Good
military.
God.
So he got into it. I think he got into it when he was in deployment in Afghanistan. He got into comics, and basically he would like again read out the audio dramas, kind of read out the stories, give his opinion on things. He amassed over 3 million subscribers at YouTube. So he might be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, comic book YouTuber on the platform. And I know he always encouraged support for the comic book industry by telling people to go out and buy the stories he'd make dramas on. That's something that our writers were mentioning and keen on bringing up, which is always true because I used to remember where he would always say, get into the medium. Because comics are, for me, difficult to get into because there's so many different like
Yeah.
storylines and
hmm
That, and with virtual storefronts and digital copies, comics as a medium in themselves is slowly going the way of the dinosaur.
mm-hmm.
But people like Ben, uh, he encouraged you to go out and grab the physical. He encouraged you to go out and get the actual book, to touch it.
yeah, I mean, for me personally, that was kind of the way how I got out of comics because I was a big fan during the run of the original Batman animated series comic in Germany. That was like early 2000s or something. I actually don't remember. I do have a piece of comic history. Basically, I have a original print of Mad Love, the first appearance of Harley Quinn, on my
Ooh.
shelf.
Oh,
So
cool.
yeah, but the thing is,
Nice.
when things started with like, there was just so much to track, and basically when the animated series had its run and that finished, I never got into more because I didn't know where to start. That was the thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, if maybe I had discovered something like him sooner, I might never have fallen out of the media.
Yeah, so definitely a sad thing, but our writers here and all of the ATH podcasts, our heart goes out to the Potter family and their friends. Many of
Mhm.
us have spent years watching the comic story and to catch up on stories and experiences on stories, particularly that some of us may not have gotten the chance to read. And he always seemed like a genuinely good man with a lot of energy and charisma. So it's always sad to see someone in the prime of their life doing something that they love pass away of that like that. So my condolences to the family and anyone who's fans. And if they ever, for whatever reason, family or friends of his are watching, we extend that out to them. So
Yeah.
now moving forward, we got some news for D&D. Now this is where I'm kind of in the blank. I've read over it, but I know some of you here are D&D fans. We've had some decent amounts of information. By decent, I mean a lot. Videos and whatnot on all sorts of new things that are coming out. I think one of my favorite changes is like the weapon mastery skills. There's a lot of really interesting things that 5e is doing.
Mm.
Some seem pretty good. Some people, of course, like to jump on the meme train and make fun of. What are as 5e enthusiasts here on the podcast? I believe I would speak more towards Frax and Core, as I think I'm more of a Pathfinder player. Give us a little bit of an update. Tell us what's going on. Tell us some highlights from there.
So in general, what D&D is doing at the moment is a total remaster of the 5e game, which is not a new edition. That's an important distinction they made from the start, to some memery, of course, because all the changes they make are compatible with the 5e game that you know, for the simple reason that they don't explicitly want to force everyone to get everything anew or remake everything for a new edition or something. So everything you know is still there and is usable. But in this first bit, it's definitely a complete remake of the player handbook, the DM guides, and the monster manual, and they went really based on feedback to make that changes. They targeted some of the weakest points of 5e. Not all of them, of course, but that's just how it goes. The changes they did make are, in my opinion, very good and very uh, well placed, or at least the reasoning behind it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the weapon mastery system that you mentioned before is something that almost every martial, so everyone that holds a weapon in their hand in combat, gets access to, which means that all of their weapons get a special effect that they can use, and that a wizard, for example, will usually not be able to use unless they specifically invest in that. So it can be things like if you miss with a swing, you still deal some damage, or if you hit someone with a maul, you might be able to push them. Depending, I don't know them by heart, so that might have been wrong, but uh, it's those kind of effects: pushing, pulling, um, guaranteeing some sort of damage,
Mm-hmm.
setting up your next attack. For example, there's one that makes your next attack more likely to hit, which is a very nice change to make modules in general more exciting. in the early game especially. Another big one is that a few of the classes that were weaker or not, or had a bit of a flaw in their fantasy got the help they needed. Definitely
Nice.
looking at monk and sorcerer for those, but all of the classes got a few changes at minimum. I think the
Monk might
class with
love
the
it.
least changes is probably the wizards, but they were probably the most solid class as well. So
Yeah, definitely. I really think a lot of, in my opinion, influence from Baldur's Gate 3 might be thrown into it as well because the whole I know in Baldur's Gate 3 every single weapon had like special attacks or special
yes,
things you could do, and I think there's a little bit of that flavor. Maybe they had a little bit of inside knowledge, obviously, because they were working directly with WotC, to add things that are kind of similar. Maybe not exact one to one, but kind of the give that flavor.
there's a few that I want to unlike the new version of the bear totem, or just the totem barbarian, got renamed to Wild Heart, which you might recognize as being exactly the name of the bear I would say bear totem barbarian in Baldur's Gates. They changed a lot of how the class works to be more similar to that. And it's not entirely one to one with the game either, but it definitely takes the inspiration from what Larian did there in cooperation with Wizard of the Coast. And they did explicitly say that some of the spell changes have been done because of how annoying the spell was to cast in Baldur's Gate. They were like, "Oh no, we need to change this. This doesn't work fun."
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean it's amazing to see with a game like Baldur's Gate, just being as successful as it is in bringing the system to wider audience. That's like a huge play test. Like there's just a lot of people that are able to play the game and say, "Oh, I don't like this feature. Why does this happen?" And it's a bigger audience than just the tabletop in general. Because I know a lot of people that played Baldur's Gate that never really played the tabletop.
Yeah,
So they're just like, "Oh, it's another
absolutely.
game," and they were like, "Oh, I don't. Why does this work this way?" And it was really interesting to see that feedback, and it looks like they're starting to kind of like look into that, which is always a good thing. I mean, there's
Yeah,
obviously it's easy to hate on WotC and Hasbro, but when they're doing some good things, maybe it might be time to kind of give it a chance and see what they decide to do. So,
yeah, I'm not going to say
So
they're saints now, but it does feel like, especially lately, that they take feedback way more into account than they used to before, and that they've learned to take the lessons that they've been taught and take them to heart. So
what,
that's something at least.
what were you saying there, Corey? It looked like you were wanting to say something.
yeah, so since we have the topic barrier of entry, I have a feeling they're trying to lean super hard in being the accessible TTRPG.
Yes.
They've shown a few screens of the new printing of the player's handbook, and they have really nice, easy to follow sections in there where they just have a sample combat with the appropriate rules and a side box. That's really like prose text of people at a table playing a round of combat, and the rules boxes next to it explaining how that works, which is a really good way to get into the game without having someone leading you along. I think with the new rework, it's actually possible to just sit down, read the book, and actually get to playing without having someone to hold your hand. And that's pretty specific to D&D because I've played a lot of different systems with a lot of different people, and getting into most of the others, you need someone who already has played, more or less.
Yeah, that makes it a
So
lot
yeah,
easier.
they're totally leading into that, and I really like that for them because I have a real life table with real life friends, and we've switched from a complicated system to D&D for the ease of use and ease of accessibility. It has its weaknesses as a system, yes, everyone has, but yeah, it definitely has the lowest barrier of entry for a complex TTRPG system that isn't just like a very simple bare bones one.
You
Yeah.
can see it in the new Dungeon Master's Guide as well. We don't know as much about that one yet, but we do know the table of contents, and one of the biggest sections in the new Dungeon Master Guide is a complete step-by-step how do I make a campaign as a Dungeon Master with an example campaign to go over each point. So you can play that campaign, it's in there, or you can use that guide to make your own And that's something that that D&D has lacked for a long time. That kind of
Yeah.
step-by-step DM supports.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've always said about D&D is that as a player, it's been fairly simple, but as a DM, because of how vague some of the rules are, or how open-ended it is, and how
Mhm.
vast the amount of information for D&D is out there, it can be overwhelming. So it's good to see that they're kind of focusing on that initial experience, because I think once you get over that initial like hump of like the initial hill of okay, now I've run a game, now I understand how it works, now I know what to do better, you start thinking of how do I improve, and then you've basically got hooked, and it's Jover at that point. So
Yeah, it's a good thing for the wider TTRPG scene as well, because everyone that gets hooked on D&D due to its accessibility might at some point start looking into, but what if I want a little more numbers? What if I want a certain rule differently? Or what if I want to go to sci-fi? And then they might start looking at Pathfinder, at Shadowrun, at Lancer. So it's the accessibility of one system really is a benefit to all of them, in my opinion.
what do you mean? There's just a homebrew for sci-fi and mechs of 5e. I'll just play that instead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just why would I go to another system whenever I have 5e? I can just homebrew.
That is true. That is true. But if you want to really do something completely different, I mean, because there is some very good homebrew for 5e. That's true. I mean, I've often been told that the Star Wars homebrew for it is actually, for a lot of people, better than the actual Star Wars TTRPG that is out there. I don't know that personally. I haven't played either of
So,
them, but it's the point I've seen.
so it's funny that you bring up the Star Wars homebrew for 5e because I actually DM'd a game in the Star Wars homebrew for 5e,
Of course.
and it ran incredibly well. And it was, having played in a Fantasy Flight Star Wars game, it was a lot better. Mainly just because the issue with Fantasy Flight games, they all have their special dice.
Mm.
Looking over at my Legend of the Five Rings dice that are, gotta use those dice.
And I almost forgot the most important change. You can now drink potions as a bonus action. That's like
Oh
huge,
yes.
huge.
So, if I'm allowed to highlight one change as well that I
Go
like a
for it.
lot, as someone playing a lot of systems, what 5e the rework did is they moved the ability score increases from your race to your background. So they made that more like a upbringing kind of thing and less than a racial aptitude thing. And I liked that a lot because they went away from that, like, races have to define you, which I think is very apt and a nicer way to do things.
Hmm.
And it gave the background as a whole more weight, and that's how a lot of other systems do it, because it just makes more sense. Like your upbringing, your day job, that influences you way more than just your race. So I think that was a very nice change. That also, it's a shift to how a bigger number of systems do it in my way, and I like that specific change a lot.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was a very nuanced way of making that change. Because I mean, just look at the human race. I mean, there's a difference between the the bodybuilder who does like bench presses 300 pounds, and the cyclist who can cycle for miles, and the swimmer that can do this, and the singer. Everybody can be completely different, but we still fall under the same race.
Mm.
So they're kind of going under that umbrella. And that's kind of cool to see. So a lot of interesting changes on races, including I think one of my favorite memes, which is the Mexican orcs. I think those are great, but we'll leave that there. Um,
Yeah,
it's hilarious, but yes.
yeah. One thing I also want to bring up, which has been the thing about like DMing, prepping things. D&D had always the problem of the meme, like where somebody draws two circles and then draw the rest of the owl. Um,
Yeah.
it was like, yeah, there's a lot of basics, but as soon as you get into the depth, they kind of left you alone. Like a good example for that is tools in 5e currently. They're there, they're described somewhat, but what can you actually do with them? And they promise to elaborate on that. So they're trying to like fill out their system to be more complete, which is also a very good direction they're taking the rework, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they use that tool clarification as a base to build a complete new rule set for crafting, which is another big thing that D&D was missing. There was basically no crafting rules. The crafting rule was you roll an Arcana check, and then you spend like several months and several thousands of gold. And if you don't have that time in game, well, that's too bad. So the crafting rules basically used to be: we don't actually want you to craft. We want you to find the salt in a dungeon, but we can't just say no.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want a TTRPG with in-depth cooking mechanics.
So Pathfinder Second Edition is close. It's close. It's close.
Yeah, I was waiting for that one.
No, it actually does. So
It has
it's a good way to segue into the next topic.
Yeah, it definitely gets it gets some of it right, and there's some interesting things. Looking forward to with all the changes coming up, and that'll be our next topic. We still have some time before we get to Pathfinder, but yeah, that definitely is something I'm looking forward for Pathfinder, and there's other systems. One of the things I've always wondered too with 5e is I don't know how many of you have ever heard of like Blades in the Dark. That
Yeah.
system.
Yeah,
You told me about it.
never heard of, never touched.
Love that system. But system had come out, and then a lot of people started making homebrew, and then they actually made their own kind of like generic, like powered by the dark. I forget the name of it specifically. But they've essentially kind of made their own like system agnostic engine that they can run a lot of hacks for Blades in the Dark. So you can have like a more fantasy version of it. There's like Scum and Villainy, which is like the Star Wars, you're playing as Han Solo, or like a smuggler type of a play style. I've always wondered if 5e kind of dialed back the fantasy and the story and kind of just said, hey, here's a baseline for some rules. Here's some of the math, how it works. Here's how you create things and go at it. I don't think they'll ever do that, but it'd be interesting to see if that's ever...
Oh, they do
It
sort of
would.
have that. That's the system's reference document, in a way. It's not completely devoid of the fantasy element, but it is a base set of these are the rules that you're allowed to use to make whatever you want. That's also part of why the OGL drama was so big, because they wanted to monetize and restrict that, which isn't happening, and they've already reconfirmed that for the remaster. It's not happening either, so it's still free,
I would.
but that is sort of the purpose of that document.
I'd like to add on that I think a GURPS in the D&D D20 system would actually be really nice.
Yeah,
Because if you've ever played GURPS or a game using GURPS, it's actually you can create anything in a GURPS game because the sheets are a mile long and like as thick as a radio manual. Complete exaggeration, but it's helping my point. Ease of entry, I think a GURPS 5e, because that's just what we say for D&D now. But a GURPS D&D style D20 system would be really cool for not only ease of entry but also practice in designing your own system.
This is true. Yeah, because I know GURPS can be as detailed as you want, or you can kind of go with a baseline and it's not super in depth. It's still in depth, but it's not crazy. But then you can just add on different like modules. And of course, I'm going to say it before Core says it, but it's like you can mod the system with all these different books and make your own like Frankenstein monster. And of course, you guys know how much I love mods. So yeah, that's
you and me both.
that's really interesting. Like if they're like, hey, here's optional magic, here's optional like heroic things, here's option like it'd be kind of cool.
Here's the optional mix.
Yeah, here's how you add max.
Yeah, no, I think a GURP, I think D20. That I think that's how I'll describe it, the D20 system, but GURPS, and just use the system but make it as generic as possible. That's how you get things like a Starfleet captain who is a half vampire, half bunny girl, half elf, half dragon character, and it makes sense because you have all these little check boxes that you can, start putting your pings into.
Yeah. So, I have some of our writers brought up the D&D SRD announcement from I think from May, the 6th of May. So since we were talking about how that SRD was brought up, I think the D&D Beyond staff announced the upcoming release to the 5th edition SRD. And what you mentioned was the SRD is a guide containing all the core rules for 5e,
Yeah.
including the classes and monsters that's intended to serve as a basis for third-party creations in homebrew. And a clarification was made that these items aren't copyright and won't include copyrighted materials. So that's interesting. That's a change from earlier in the year, or was it earlier this year? Were they the
No, it was last year.
last year? Yeah, time's flying. They also claim that this will be a massive update. But PC Gamer points out that the original SRD 5.1 only had one subclass for each class and the grappler feat upon release. So take massive update with a grain of salt. Thank you, Solzy. I love that explanation there. But the SRD 5.2 is supposed to expand upon the rules and mechanics for creatives to use, but will not include any references of lore. Staff encourage those who wish to make content within the setting to use the DM's Guild.
I mean, we've seen that in the early versions when that whole controversy started, because they went away from the classic inventor of spells.
Mhm.
Because that's like lore figures inside the rules. Like they have Tasha's hideous laughter and Otiluk's resilient sphere, and they just silently removed the names from that to have the copyrighted material out of there. So we've seen that direction being taken like a while back.
It's also
Which-
important to know that this is being filed under Creative Commons again, instead of the old OGL type of license, because they can't touch Creative Commons. Once it's filed there, they're stuck with it, which is good. It means they can't modify it unilaterally,
Yeah,
which
because
was the issue with the OGL.
yeah, the OGL had a provision in it that was like, we can modify if we want to. This is a time limited license. Super easily. Lawyers, don't kill me, please. But yeah, with going under a like defined public license kind of type deal, they actually give third party creators like a certainty in the space of law and copyright, which is nice.
Absolutely. So, let's take a look here. See what else we have on the docket for interesting things. So, any other comments about some of the 5e changes, or what? Or
I
from
think
yes?
I think the one that is flying the most under the radar at the moment is the Bastion guidelines that are in the DM's guide, because those are basically a guideline. They're not an optional rule. They're intended to be used in most games, where you can build a base for your players, and it serves so many different purposes because every kind of class has specific rooms they can build that give bonuses. Um, you can invest your gold in it, but you can also get gold out of it. So it's really an economy fixing feature as well. And at higher levels, it helps the classes scale a bit more. You'll notice that the martial rooms at higher level will have way more impact than the caster rooms to help them compensate for how strong, well, wizards can alter reality. So that you can't do that with a sword, unless I guess you kill the wizard as about to alter reality, but that's semantics.
Yeah,
But
Uh,
yeah, and it also ties into the crafting because you can get like a blacksmith room and you hire a blacksmith, and at the beginning of the week you tell him, "Hey, make me this sword." Then a week later you come back and he's got the sword, and you don't need to really go in depth with crafting. It's it just works. Oh no, I said a curse thing.
uh, I lost my train of thought, and then another one came in. That whenever you said "and that works," it just reminded me of something I've been saying all week. Is that we Southern people have the ability to put "and shit" at the back of everything we say, and it make complete sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have a very bitter gripe about the new stuff that's coming out for 5e, and it's not so much a bitter gripe as in, oh, this is going to cause, an argument amongst everybody on the podcast. It's just me being the petty angel that I am, and that is that War Cleric still does not have second attack.
No, they did make it way more accessible because it recharges on a short rest now instead of a long rest. So if you got 5 wisdom, if you got a +5 in wisdom, you pretty much have second attack, but not really. So I get you. I feel that.
Of all, because what is it? Because certain bard subclasses get second attack. I believe
Yes.
it's sword and valor, but they get it at
Yeah.
like level 6, which is fine.
Same with
But-
blessing of wizards. Yeah.
Okay, so why doesn't War Domain get second attack? If you're gonna give it to the sword bard, who is a full caster, and you're gonna give it to
Is it the Blade Singer?
the blade singer, which is a full caster.
I'll do you one better. The Bladesinger actually gets a special extra attack where they can also replace one of the
cantrip.
attacks with a cantrip.
Yeah.
So it's actually better than extra attack.
So the thing, no, wait. Before we get into a big argument, all clerics and all druids get extra elemental damage dice to their attacks,
That's true.
which basically scales them up in pure melee.
That's
And they get more dice on that than a paladin, not salty.
That's another thing. That's another thing that I wanted to bring up was the paladin thing, because old 5e. That's the one thing that I preferred, was the fact that if you anytime you attacked with a paladin, you could be like, I want to throw a smite on that bitch, and they took that away in the Redux in the new rules. Now you can only do it once a turn, but now it does more damage.
Not really.
It also uses a bonus action apparently to someone on.
Yeah, it uses a
Yeah, I'm
apparently
inclined to say that you keep the once per turn restriction, but remove the bonus action. I think that actually fixes most of the issues with the new design. I do get why they made the new design, because from a game design perspective, TTRPG, video game, anything, it is very difficult to balance around spike damage, and that's
Yeah.
what Paladin was doing. So
Did
I
you say
get why
spite
people-
or spite?
spike,
Yes.
well, spike damage depending on the subclass.
It's spite for me. No, the thing is, if a paladin has multi-attack, blowing 4 of your highest level spell slots in a single round was imbalanced. There's no talking that away.
No,
But it
there's no
was
talking
fun
that
as well.
away. There is no talking that away, but that was the appeal. That was
Yeah.
why people wanted to. Well, that's why some people wanted to play a paladin. I have a whole nother laundry list of reasons.
We got
But-
an interesting comment from chat. It's now a spell, so bards can pick up smite. Is that true?
I don't
that's
think so.
that's hard to
because-
say at the moment.
Because the
Because-
spell lists aren't out and they removed other things from the spell list, like specifically for Paladin, the Summon Steed is not a spell anymore. It's a thing they just get, and Smite is worded the same, so it's possible that those spells aren't on the spell list, and then bards couldn't pick it up.
Yeah, exactly. But it depends on how the spell lists look when they release.
Yeah, but I guess they will. I would speculate that those will be inaccessible to other classes. So the thing, they're shifting away with the spike damage from Paladin and making them a more, I've always said that, an oppressive force on the battlefield. They can put out loads of control and effects just by standing in the middle of stuff and hitting it with a sword. So they get away from the spike damage and get more into a oppressive battlefield presence, which, in my opinion, is a very good fit for the class fantasy. So I'm not mad. The thing is, I'm curious to see how the bonus action cost will be, because some of the channel divinities got taken off of a bonus action use.
Mm-hmm.
So if the bonus action isn't overcrowded and basically your bonus action thing for paladins is smiting, like if that's the only use for it or a very limited amount of uses, I would be fine with it. We'll have to see how it finally turns out.
Yeah, I playtested a bit with a sword and bolt paladin, and I didn't feel it too hard. But that is with the um, disclaimer that the new Shield Master feat does not need a bonus action anymore, while Great Weapon Master still does. So if you're using a two-handed weapon as a paladin, you might feel that bonus action cost more often.
Wait, there's other ways to play a paladin other than sword and board?
Yeah, I
Exclusively.
was surprised to find out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's called the wrong way, but yes, you can.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Just kidding.
Actually,
just kidding.
mathematically, with the changes they've done, and especially since dual wielding is now available in fighting styles to paladins without feat investment, if you would strictly min-max and pick the right weapon masteries to remove the bonus action cost from dual wielding, which you can with weapon mastery, then they are actually ahead in DPS over a greatsword paladin. But that's if you really min-max it to its end, which, well, I don't play that way. Some people do, that's valid. I don't.
Oh damn! I'm
See-
actually by Frax. Wow.
Yes.
So the funny thing is, I avoided mentioning Shadowrun. We were talking about other game systems, so we don't get on a 15-minute tangent, and then someone had to manage Paladin.
Speaking of though, just to kind of segue and change it to something different here. Oh no, it's too big. Too many words. We're gonna change up to cleric, and let's talk about the Pathfinder 2e changes. The
Yes.
recent changes that have been coming up. So you speak about cleric. How about the new battle cleric? Now I know this. This has been
Harbinger?
no. I mean just overall the new battle cleric. How it's been updated and changed.
Oh, it's nice. I no longer have to dip into general training feats to get heavy armor training. It's just a thing that you can get as a cleric feat now, especially as a war priest.
Yeah.
That is nice.
And then if you get the like your weapon, you pick a weapon and that weapon you're trained in, and it just you are not that far behind a fighter.
No.
Which is really really good. It's a good feeling because I'm actually playing a battle cleric on one of my games on Thursday, and it feels really good. Like I didn't think it was. I thought I was gonna be kind of like struggling, but I'm in the front line doing a lot of damage, and it's really nice to see. And that's just one of the classes. We're not even talking about the other changes that they had, but I mean, I think
They took away that tiny bit of charisma dependency too, didn't they?
they
Yeah.
switched
Now-
the fonts. Yeah.
Which never made sense to me. Which I don't want to go back into the other system that we just talked about, but it never made sense to me that you are a wisdom based class, but to use one of your key skills you have to have an intelligence dip, and to use your healing abilities you have to have a charisma dip. If I'm a wisdom based class, then I should not have to use anything for my casting whatsoever or skills other than my tag skill, my wisdom attribute.
So my knowledge on Pathfinder is pretty limited because I've so far just played barbarians and I like whacking shit, so that's great. But I have played some of the CRPGs, and I remember that those were mostly Pathfinder 1, but I remember them basically having clerics going the martial route and the full caster route with like a ban on armor and stuff. So are they taking the good parts from that old system and kind of bringing it to second edition? Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it feels that way.
your cloister cleric is not putting on armor. They're not getting in the front line. They are very much the blaster caster cleric, but all of the cloistered things are it's geared towards your spell casting. So all of your stuff is you're getting those extra high-end spells through your class feats. You're getting 3 level 10 spells, extra level 9 spells. So you're casting Avatar more often. And the deity that you're a cloistered cleric for could be a martial deity. So then you're getting like your big like battle mode, I guess, where you're in the front line. But most of the time you're in the back, AoE healing, getting everybody up to full,
Mm-hmm.
over healing, over shielding, and then in the same breath, your battle cleric, like what me and Rain are playing, you're able to stand there and take the abuse, and you're still putting out the spell damage. You're still healing up, though it may not be on par with the blaster claster. I'm not gonna adjust the
The
way I say it anymore.
cloistered
Yeah,
cleric.
the cloister cleric. Um, you may not be on par with that, and you may not be on par with a fighter with complete damage output, but as long as you've got a heal spell, the channel smite feat, and your deity's favored weapon, you're standing toe to toe. You might not be, ahead of the marathon, but you're right there beside them.
Yeah, and I think one of the coolest one of the coolest features is I lost my train of thought.
It's left the station.
Then let me interject something quickly. I like that they're going away where they have, hey, you like this class fantasy, but let us give you some mechanical different playstyles on hand, because it's totally possible that I like the class fantasy of a class, but I do prefer playing casters or playing marshals. But I
Mhm.
like the idea, the concept of the class, and
Yeah,
giving you the versatility to do that is pretty fucking great.
For
yeah, but
cleric especially, because cleric has always had that dual identity of either being a very martial, heavy armor kind of caster without being paladin, for 5e in that case, or also just being more like a traditional looking monk who has more magic. And it kind of has to cater to both of those styles if it wants to be a cleric. If, well, I want to say efficiently, that's not really a word for it, but if it wants to be the cleric, which isn't always as easy.
yeah, and the thought that I remembered now is the for example the battle cleric with things like restorative strike, for example, where you spend 2 actions, you swing. Well, you essentially you cast either a harm or heal spell. So you heal yourself, then you strike, and then if you strike, you can then heal someone that's adjacent to the enemy. So you're essentially healing yourself and an ally, and hitting someone for 2 actions. And it's the
I do
that
really like that one.
yeah. So it's kind of like when they add features like sudden charge or whatever, where you're using multiple actions within your actions so that you can have better action economy. So like flurry of blows where you attack twice for one action and all that. I love those feats, and it makes it really interesting because you can restorative strike, attack, heal, and then you still have one action left. You can move, you can shove, you can attack again, you can cast shield on yourself, or you can
You
raise
can
your
raise your
shield.
shields.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see that they're leaning into that. What I love to see too as well is they seem to, and I hope they go into more of the how the heal spell has a 1 action version, a 2 action version, and a 3 action version, and they all do different things. I also love
Mhm.
that too. So it's really cool. It's nice to see,
Mhm.
and to go off of the whole class fantasy thing you were saying, Core. I like that they allow a lot of different class fantasies. Like for example, rogue. You can play your traditional rogue where you're sneaky, dex based. You are climbing. You are sneak attacking. You're using dex based weapons, daggers, and whatnot. Or you could say screw that and be like a thug and just be a strength-based rogue that intimidates people and knocks people around, and essentially just be a pain in someone's ass on the battlefield. And they give you that, and that's not even including the optional rules like for free dedication feats or archetypes, where you can be like, I want to be a rogue, but I have a little bit of charisma, so I also want to be like a sorcerer and have some spells, or I want to be like a swashbuckler and get panache and swing from a chandelier. So there's a lot of that versatility in the system, which is cool.
So comment from the chat related to our cleric topic, new cleric subclasses, which as it stands right now, they only have 2, while other classes have multiple archetypes. But new cleric archetypes will be coming in September, October.
Ooh,
Mm.
nice.
And then we'll get things like the Harbinger, which is 2E's version of my favorite Pathfinder 1 class, which was War Priest, which was, they didn't get as many spells as a normal cleric. They were more martial focused. But the spells they did get were like the harder hitting divine spells. So it'll be nice to see that crop back up again.
That almost feels like close to a paladin.
Yeah.
And
Well, Pathfinder does kind of lack a real, like, paladin equivalent, so if that can be it, I'd be all for it. 'Cause they do have the champion, but the champion's not really a paladin, it's more like a Templar Knight in my head.
yeah, I mean,
So
especially
having-
now that they removed the like chaotic neutral, they removed alignment.
The good
a
and
thing.
evil, stuff like that. Now it's
Yeah.
just holy, unholy.
Yeah, so now champion definitely feels more like a Templar or whatnot. It doesn't feel specifically like a paladin. I mean, it can. You can have some things, and you can also archetype into cleric, and you can kind of dip into some of that. But I think the closest thing to a paladin right now at the moment is the battle cleric. So it'd be cool if that Harbinger or whatever gets to that.
Yeah, the Battle Harbinger.
Oh, and
Yeah, I got hopes for that.
and I know they're bringing the Avenger, as Mook said in chat, which is kind of like the divine rogue, which was kind of like this. I think that was like the Slayer in first edition, is what it was.
Yeah,
called.
that was the first edition Slayer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they had something like that in D&D 4th edition as well.
Mm-hmm.
And they have Commander, which is again another 4th edition style thing
Yeah.
that we saw,
Yeah.
which fantastic to see a class that's job is basically to yell at everyone else to do the job for them. Like you attack.
A more
Well, this
hands-on
reminds me-
version of the Battle Master Fighter. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's more of a
no,
hands-on
it's-
version of the Battle Master Fighter.
Yeah. I was about to say, it always reminds me of Payday 2, where you have that one class where you spec into shouting at your people to help them up. At some point, if someone faints and starts bleeding out, you can literally just tell them to get up, and they do.
Walk it off!
That
Yeah,
does,
basically.
that does remind me. I'm gonna segue, not segue, but I'm gonna sidetrack a bit. That does remind me of a 5e fight that I had with some of the people that might be in chat, where I had a boss that had a mechanic that for what was it, a epic action? I forget what they're called. The actions that bosses, legendary action.
Yeah.
One of its legendary actions was that it could shout at its allies to get back up, and essentially, even if they weren't like dead from like a crit or something, they'd get back up, and then even at like 1 HP, they're still action economy, and they would attack.
Yeah.
And then one of my
DM, I would like to cast silence.
that's exactly what ended up happening. One of my players cast silence on the boss and silenced the
Awesome.
entire room and shut off that entire mechanic, which was like really cool to see. So I don't know. I just
Hell yes.
when you said that whole get up class, I was like, oh, that reminds me of that fight. So that was really cool. But yes, just getting shouting, just stop bleeding, or skill issue. It's just yelling at your teammates.
The amount of times I hear skill issue in a week, I feel targeted.
I mean, you are a Souls player, so
Yeah.
This is the life that I've chosen.
yeah. So
I feel like in general that shouting skills in TTRPG are kind of underrepresented. Because in other media you see it a lot, like Diablo 4's Barbarian has 3 different shouts that it can use to boost enemies, to boost allies, downed enemies. I feel like Well, and there's the Dragon Bolt from Skyrim that really brought that to its maximum. I really
what is
like
it?
that fantasy.
There's a Lord of the Rings online class that also does a lot of shouts. I don't know if it's the
Warden?
warrior. Yeah, the warden.
No,
Um,
it's champion.
is it the champion? It's one of the martial
Yeah,
classes,
it's,
but all
the
their but
warden
you
is the
like
one that does combos with the spear and shield. That's a different one. But you do have a shout
yes,
in that though.
yeah,
Ah,
but the champion shouts, you like combo your shouts, and it either hypes you up, heals you up, pulls enemy aggro away from the party, pushes enemy aggro towards the party, heals the allies, debuffs the enemies, and it's just
yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
I think that was one of
There's
my
one specific instance
favorite
I know.
quests.
In World of Warcraft, the warrior has a shout that gives everyone 20% more max HP. So if you time that with a boss attack, you can make the entire raid party take an attack that they should not be able to survive, and it just feels really powerful.
uh talking about this, I now have a character concept. Whenever the commander comes out, I want to do a bard with the commander like dedication, and the character is a rapper who makes diss tracks.
Oh my god.
And the diss tracks are how they debuff the enemies.
Wow. Is it cold?
That's
Is
awesome.
it cold in the D, Ophi?
I,
If you cast Fireball, that's your mixtape, right?
exactly.
Oh, that's one of the things I learned from Lancers. Flavor is free, so yeah, you can
Yeah.
turn anything into like, oh, okay, as long as mechanically it's the same. If you want to flavor things a certain way, that's totally fine. I think
the one
that's cool.
oh, I'm sorry. The one time I played a monk, I flavored them as a professional wrestler.
I love
And
that.
the bard played my intro music.
Amazing, amazing.
And
That's great.
the I guess the highlight of the entire career of that character was Stone Cold stunning a drow queen.
Oh my god.
Uh, after some glass broke. So, you know, the Stone Cold Steve Austin's theme is preceded by glass shattering. So, yeah.
I just imagine your bard buddy like running circles around your wrestler, just doing the live commentary. Like, oh, they're going for the ropes. Oh, with the steel chair.
Oh god, he's killed him. Oh god, he's dead. Just oh my god, it's so good.
Would be awesome. If you could improv that, that would be a amazing combo.
Yeah.
I know for what I remember is one of my Pathfinder campaigns we had many of you guys know Ruby Warlock. Her character Stone they were fighting a mechanical dragon and she went wrestler. So she was able to grapple the mechanical dragon, critically grappled because degrees of success, so it restrained it, and then suplex it. So because Titan Wrestler allows you to grapple things bigger than you, I think up to 2 sizes if I'm not mistaken, she essentially suplexed the dragon. And this is like level 6. So it's like she suplexed the dragon and then they proceeded to pin it to the ground while the rest of the party just beat on it until it exploded in glitter. As a big FU at the end. So
I mean, if dude can suplex a train in Final Fantasy, then
yeah, so that's kind of it's fun, and it's fun that there's like specific rules for it. So I was like, oh, that's awesome. So to kind of keep the everything moving along. Our next topic, I'm gonna dip into games. So we're talking about TTRPGs, and we can always come back to TTRPGs, Pathfinder, 5e, Shadowrun if we want 20 minutes of core gushing.
Excuse you.
But let's talk about the tail end of what is known as Gabe Newell Attacks My Wallet, which is the Steam Summer Sale. how are you guys feeling about the Steam Summer Sale so far? Have you guys picked up anything interesting?
Have not been able to because Steam sales started right after I got paid and will end right after I get paid, so I haven't got anything yet. But I'm looking to pick up the Dooms because they're dirt cheap right now. You can get both games for $28.99 right now.
Mm.
Or is it the whole? Is it the whole Doom? No, it's the whole Doom franchise for $28.99, and you can get Doom and Doom Eternal for $13.
Damn.
But I haven't played either of the new Dooms, and I really want to.
They are pretty good. I played a good bit of the 2016 Dune. I didn't finish it because my save got corrupted. That was kind of a
Oh,
well,
I'm sorry to hear
fun,
that.
but
Sucks.
it was a fun game. Should
Yeah,
restart it actually.
I'd probably go back into it. I remember beating that when it first came out. I might play the. I haven't played the second one, so. And now they've
Yeah,
announced the third, so.
Mm.
They're
You know, it has Darren the
the
Paul voice acting a bad guy, so then you know it's a good game.
yeah the two newer Doom games, and probably gonna pick up the multiplayer collab for VTube Studio. That way, whenever I have people on, we can both have our models and not just PNGs.
Mm.
And I think that's really all that I want, unless something just absolutely extraordinary is on Supercell.
So I haven't like picked up anything because for my regular gaming time with people, I'm pretty occupied with the co-op games I love so much. High Deep Rock, High Dark Tide, High Helldivers. Um, but I did pick up a game that will out me as an old gamer. It was on my discovery queue, which is a cool feature of Steam that I recommend people clicking through on occasion. And it's called Brew Barons, and it kind of looks like a spiritual relative of the old Crimson Skies. Whoever knows that, you're an old gamer. Um, it's basically you have a biplane and you fight aerial and naval battles against like armored airships and battleships and other biplanes, and it looks like it scratches an itch I haven't had scratched in a while, and it was off on the sale and on my discovery queue, so I thought I'd give it a shot, but I didn't get to play it yet. But it looks
Okay.
interesting.
Cool. I
Yeah,
mean,
on
you're
topic
showing your
sale
age.
and yeah, I know. On topic of sale and barrier of entry, give chances to mixed or just little positive reviewed games because it might just be a game for you, but not for everyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely was looking forward to a lot of games. Surprisingly, one of the games, and you mentioned it earlier, Ophi, I did play a little bit of First Descendant, which is a free game, which is interesting. It was actually pretty fun, but yeah, there's a lot of games that I want to pick up. I kind of own so many that not a flex or anything. It's more of a like intervention help me, but that a lot of the things I wanted to pick up was I already owned, but there are a couple out there that I'm like interested in picking up because they're definitely on sale. But again, it's just like most of what I want to play. I have such a backlog. There's not a huge urge. I could probably pick it up on next year's summer sale, but yeah, the Doom franchise. I know Cyberpunk is half off, which now everyone says is good, and I've played it a couple months ago and I enjoyed it. So I was like, oh yeah, they finally fixed a lot of it. So that's cool to see. The Age of Empires games are on sale, which Age of Empires is great.
Timeless classic.
Hmm. So
Never played.
we,
It's RTS. It's not for everyone. It's one of those games where if you like strategy, if you like commanding your little military guys around, but you also like base building and economy, which is very important, that is for you. But it's niche. It's more niche. It used to be a very big genre back in the early days of gaming, but it's fallen off. Not because it got worse, just because it's not really what people are looking for anymore.
Opie will stay in the realm of Souls games.
That's very fair.
To be fair,
Souls games and whatever you consider Warframe.
to be fair, if we do learn card games, we may need to get you into play an RTS or something different, just because it'd be funny.
It would be.
If you let me teach you Commander, not 60 card Magic, but Commander, the 100 card format. If you let me teach you Commander, I will learn an RTS.
Ooh, that sounds like a deal with the devil.
Uh,
As a paladin, I have to object, but as somebody who likes funny things happening, I'm all for this.
it is
And
still a
I
fun
will
challenge.
I will stream both.
I might have to take you up on that offer.
I actually own an RTS. I own Warhammer Total War 2.
Okay, that's less an RTS and more turn-based with some RTS in it.
Okay, so that's completely different. Then I don't own an RTS, so this is gonna be completely out of my wheelhouse. But yeah, if you let me teach you Commander, I will learn an RTS.
I think that's something we can plan. I've definitely.
All right, cool.
There's some fun RTSs, or even games like Avorion, or some of these obscure titles that I love. Or join me in Minecraft Bloodborne.
Oh god.
uh, all right, you got a deal.
So another game that's on sale that's kind of an interesting game that I've always wanted to consider picking up is No Man's Sky. I hear it's on 50% sale, and people say like it's good or interesting now. So I'm not sure. Yeah. I love space games, so I'm like, is this going to be for me? I'm still on the fence.
It's interesting. I've picked it up a few years ago and I've seen it grow. Wasn't part of the initial hype, so that might help me with my enjoyment because I don't know what the promises were. But I did have a fun time with it. So several playthroughs. It feels like it tries to do a lot. It doesn't accomplish everything as well, but it's enjoyable.
Okay.
I mean, isn't No Man's Sky then a segue into a topic we have coming up? Like a really good one, actually.
It's like you knew what I was trying to do.
Huh.
But yeah, No Man's Sky.
Well then, do your thing.
Definitely one of the things for No Man's Sky is so when the game came out, the game itself was mid. I hate to use that terminology. I sound like someone that I don't like, but I guess. But it was kind of mid. And over the years, they've released like update after update without charging anyone. Just kind of like just huge, major changing updates. So to see where it's gone and how different it is compared to where it is, where you don't have to pay a dime, compared to say a Europa Universalis or Hearts of Iron or Paradox game, where you're like, I buy the game and also $300 of DLC. It's such a huge contrast, and again, a huge shift in how gaming has changed in the recent years. And then you also have companies like, I don't know, we're doing No Man's Sky, space game, like Starfield. And Starfield had an interesting name.
Yeah.
Bethesda's at it again, and I believe they started to dip their toes into the proverbial monetization of modding again. I'm not entirely sure how committed they were to it, but it's always kind of scary to see because I'm not a fan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with donating to modders if they have like a page and if they're doing something, but having to
Yeah, the
pay.
modders do get something out of it because they're not selling the mods themselves. Like Bethesda doesn't make them; they get modders under some sort of agreement to do it. They do get a bit of the profits, but it's not really a thing you want, especially because of the free modders that actually have disadvantages from this because their free mods have to account for all of the changes that might be in the paid mods, which means they should actually buy them for compatibility checking and stuff like that. And it's just a general thing that modding is a hobby and not really a job for most people. You know, Bethesda's been trying to do this for a long time. Like originally they tried with Skyrim, they actually got Valve on board to support it in the Steam Workshop. To so much protest that Valve pulled out and never did it again. So Bethesda implemented their own platform, Bethesda.net, where they can have their creation club and sell mods. But even there, it feels like it's not that successful. It has remained fairly low scale. But the thing is, they keep trying,
Hmm.
and every time they try for Skyrim, for Fallout 76, which is more. There's less modding and more monetization, as we know it, and now for Starfield, people still don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I hated about Fallout 4 is all those paid mods just downloaded on your computer, even if you didn't buy
Yeah,
them. So you just had like
they
this
eat half the
bloat.
space.
Yeah, they just eat hard drive space for no reason. Um, so it's kind of like, when I mod, I like to choose what I like, and I like to try different things. Obviously, we have, of course, on screen Bloodborne in Minecraft. So just there's different things you can get for free. So if I'm paying for something, I really either have to enjoy it or I'm paying for the delivery of the mod. Like if it's very easy to install because there's some sort of like launcher or update, then maybe I'll pay for something if it's a major enough change. It's kind of
Yeah,
hard to tell.
it actually touches on an extra issue with it because nowadays, if I make a mod and I put it on Nexus, and I can support that for a few months, for a few years. If I get bored with it, I can just say, I quit, and I maybe give it to another modder, or I just delete it, or whatever. It's not a stuck commitment. But the moment you have a paid mod, you are selling a product and people buy that product and they expect that product to keep working. So you can't just take a distance from it. And at
Mm-hmm.
the same time, if it has issues, if it's rough around the edges, that feels really bad in a paid product. Whereas in a free mod, it's just like, oh yeah, this is someone's passion's product that happens. And it gets especially bad when there's conflicts between paid mods that has happened in Fallout, I believe. That was resolved, but that was not something you want. It's like I'm selling two add-ons for this game on my official store, and they can't work together.
Yeah, yeah, that's always like what are you doing?
Um,
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I guess I saw it from a perspective where, yeah, because like Frag said it, mods getting abandoned. That was a thing and often is a thing when game companies rework their games. Like, for example, a game I loved playing with mods was MechWarrior 5, and when they had their first big expansion, they made so many breaking changes that a lot of mods got abandoned because it was like, yeah, rewriting this mod would be a full-time commitment, and I don't have that anymore. Because for a lot of modders, they do it as a hobby, like out of college or something, and then their personal situation changes, and they just have to abandon the mod, wanting or not. So that would maybe be a way to get a different approach to that, but I don't know, and I don't think it's the right one.
Yeah, that's it's a slippery slope because I mean, look at, for example, DLC. DLC started with like, oh, horse armor, and then now we have where some companies sell us multiple versions of the game in chunks. So like starting the paid mod thing, then all of a sudden a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, you know what? I'm not gonna make mods unless I get paid for it, and then it could turn into again, just more money that needs to be dished out for extra content. So I don't know. I'm on the fence on that.
No, yeah, that's a very valid argument because especially on pushing the envelope with more and more like hostile towards the customer business practices, that has been an ongoing thing in the gaming industry. So
Mhm.
just the plain argument we have to push back against that because we don't know where it's leading is a very bleak outlook, but sadly one I'd have to agree with at this point.
Yeah. So now that leads into, of course, the main topic of our podcast today, which is going to be barrier to entry, monetization in gaming, how to get into certain games, what you need to pay, and whatnot. And it's a topic that I think it's near and dear to some of us. I think all of us actually, because we've all obviously
Mm.
paid for products, paid for games, paid for certain things, or whatnot. So definitely want to get into that topic here. But first, we're gonna take a quick break so we can stretch, get our legs moving, all that, hydration. And then I'm just gonna put up some art from our community for the last month or two, and then we'll be back in about 5-10. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm just gonna put you guys here on mute while I put up the art for you guys. All right. We'll see you guys in a bit. All right, we're back. We're back. Let me get everybody back on screen. All right, hope everybody had a chance to get some hydration, walk around, stretch for a bit. Always a good thing, especially for gaming and all that. And we're going to be jumping into our main topic today, which is going to be barrier to entry for gaming and just in total for just our hobbies and whatnot. It's a very broad topic, so I'm going to start off. So give me a second here. So what I want to talk about for barrier to entry before we go into like monetization, which is going to be a part of this, is for TTRPGs. I am very passionate about TTRPGs since I've jumped in on the bandwagon back in 2015ish or so. So I haven't played it super long, but I played it long enough where it's now become something of an important part of my life and what I do as a DM and as a player. And barrier to entry, that is, I think that part of it is what got me into it, because generally when it comes to TTRPGs or gaming in general, there's a few things. Financial, obviously. If you're playing a game, you may need the rule books, you may need miniatures, you may need dice, all that. And then there's the social aspect if it's a TTRPG, which is essentially having people to play with. So I shortcut that because I had a person who essentially had all the rule books, had all the dice, and gathered up the people and just asked me if I wanted to join, and that's how I kind of got into it. But I know definitely, I don't know how your guys' experience has been with starting TTRPGs, but that's usually the hardest part is finding a group. And especially now, like for example, on Discord, we talk to each other all the time, but time zones is super difficult.
Yeah.
So that's always been really hard. Like, when can we play when it's like a normal time when the other player is not having to work in 2 hours because it's 5 in the morning, type of a thing. But I definitely got helped having someone who was experienced at the game kind of let me into it, which then allowed me to say, you know what, I need dice, I need this book, and I need like a thing to draw maps on, and then that's where I started from. So I don't know if any of you guys want to kind of give your experience of getting into TTRPGs, and then I'll kind of go into more detail after that. Let's start off with Core, the old timer,
Yeah.
the old elf.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna start back in 2005. Um, Yeah, no, actually, it was during my military service. We basically had over weekend shifts at the barracks, and one guy just had his TTRPG books with them. And since I'm old and German, it was the Dark Eye books, which is basically the TTRPG a German publisher developed when they couldn't get the license to port D&D back into Germany in the early 80s. It's also in 5th edition now, and it has a as storied history as D&D. And he had his books with him, and he was like, "Hey, I can do this little adventure for you guys." That was way before we called it a one shot because yes, old. And that the thing is, I was a big mythology nerd back in the day, and basically that system has a source book that is specifically for clerics that explains the whole pantheon, and it's super involved. And I just read through it, and I was like, "Hey, this is like a proper developed pantheon," and I was super into that. And then we played it one shot back there, and then nothing came of it. And then in college, I met people who played it as well, and then it spiraled from there. So yeah, that's my story of how I got into TTRPGs. So yeah, I had someone with the books and spare time on hand, which is a luxury you usually don't have.
Nice, nice. Yeah, because that's definitely the biggest thing here. So, man, 2005, how long ago that was. Ophi, what about
Yo.
you?
I think it was the summer before I went into high school, so 08, 07, 08. a friend of mine had found his father's Brown Book Basic D&D books back whenever elf, dwarf, and halfling were classes and not races. And we sat on my front porch there in the trailer park and learned how to play basic D&D. And we essentially just ran through like the Lord of the Rings plot with our custom characters and stuff like that. And then uh, my sophomore year, I started playing 3.5, which evolved into playing Shadowrun all through high school. So the front porch of a mobile home is where my thing started.
Awesome.
So I want to say 07, 07, 08.
Man, and Shadowrun too after that. So
Yeah.
I know someone in the room is happy. And hey, and Frax, how about you?
Yeah, my start with TTRPGs was a bit atypical because I was very big into MMOs, and I did role playing there. And you meet some friends, you stick together, you add each other on Skype and later Discord, and we kind of started making our own little system there, which was very basic. Like barely had a skill system, just some abilities that we made up, and then rolling a d20 to resolve pretty much anything. And that was fun, and we did that for years. We kind of steered away from established systems like D&D because we still very much had an idea of, ooh, that's a lot of math. A lot of math. We were like 14 when we were doing this. So, you know, until eventually I got the opportunity to try D&D 5th edition. And you know that meme with the parrots and the cookies going like, oh, I don't want it, I don't want it. And then they chomp it and they're like, oh my god. Yeah, that was me. So what started doing more 5e, got into a larger campaign DM'd by a good friend of mine from that group, and ended up getting art for that, and then getting into more groups that do TTRPGs, and getting into Pathfinder and all, and that's kind of how I got there.
Awesome. I know art is kind of a big selling point for why I started to recently get back into TTRPGs and more full time. So, hence why I have art in the background because it's the art from our community. A lot of community members, some of whom may be in chat, like Artsy. We have, of course, Corey, Annika, Falco. There's countless people that do our arts, and that definitely helps out.
Mm-hmm. It's very fun to have those characters that you play each week depicted like in the way you envisioned them, or maybe in ways that you didn't quite envision them, but that the artist came up with, and you were just like, actually, yeah, absolutely. So art is very much a fun part of it.
It definitely is.
That's how my VTubing model was born. She started as one of my 5e characters.
Yeah, same at the PNG you see is Caleb, my tiefling sorcerer. My first real 5e character.
And then I know my character is basically Rain, which is the character I play on Thursday with a couple of good friends of mine, and really enjoy that character. I basically modeled it after myself, turned myself into an android that has no social grace, and gave him a nice sword, and he whacks things, which is a lot of fun. Well, cleric. Yeah, he's a cleric. So, but definitely. Now, to kind of go off of that is the interesting aspects of TTRPGs is that there's so many out there. I mean, we've mentioned 5e, Pathfinder, there's Shadowrun, Blades in the Dark, and all of them have their own unique barriers of entry. So, for example, for 5e, all you really need is the SRD to get started to learn how to play, which is free. Now, if you want to start going into more in-depth campaigns and all the different subclasses, you're going to have to invest in the books. At least the player's handbook for players. And if you're DMing, you're going to need the Game Master's book. So, Game Master's Guide. And then, of course, there's also Xanathars and all this extra material that helps flesh out the characters and the different classes. You can, of course, look some stuff up online, but for the most part, the investment is in the books. Whereas a game like Pathfinder, there's Archives of Nethys where you can get it for free. You can choose to buy the books. Good luck going through their actual website. Sorry, Paizo. I do not like your website.
No, if you wouldn't have said it, I would have.
Yeah.
I love you as a company, but your website hurts my soul. But
It's stuck in the early 90s.
As somebody trying to get into Pathfinder properly, please make your website like take it in the 2020s at least.
2010s.
Yeah, 2010s would be an improvement.
2010s would be an improvement. But yeah, so there's that, and there's less of an investment to getting into it, but it benefits from things like Foundry, which is now a $50 VTT because it handles a lot of the math and it streamlines it, so it makes it a lot more accessible for newer players or newer DMs. Whereas I think 5e can get away with not needing as much of the automation. I mean, you could play Pathfinder without the automation, that's fine, but definitely helps. And then, of course, you have Shadowrun, which poor Core has been trying to get me to make a character, and I've downloaded Chummer, and I've looked at it, and I'm like, okay, so what bachelor's and master's degree do I need to finish this?
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Shadowrun is not a system you can get into easily, and they have the problem that their current publisher has horrible editing and had actual like quality issues with the first printing of the books, like them falling apart. For Shadowrun specifically, I have the luxury of being a German native speaker because they have a contract with a really big and prolific German like publishing company that they were like, hey, we're gonna do the complete editorial on the German version, and do you mind if we do the stuff for the German setting in Shadowrun, because the German states are actually a big setting in Shadowrun. So all of the German books are amazing in quality. They had the corrections earlier than the printings in the English edition. You actually get the advice, if you speak German, get the German Shadowrun books. Which is tragic, really. But no, Shadowrun has a really high barrier of entry because the editing of the books is not really well, and if you don't get what the system does, it's hard to get into. And it has, as Pathfinder has, like, you get choice paralysis by the sheer amount of options there are. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a definite barrier of entry for those systems. And also for the Dark Eye, which is also a very... I tend to call them simulationist system because they basically want to have a rule for everything to make things more real, like just by modeling as much as possible, but that's a problem because you have to think of everything that's being modeled, which is a big problem for the more like complex systems. I don't want to say crunchy because the rules often are pretty simple and straightforward, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah, definitely. I know there's a couple of us that are looking to get into Shadowrun at some point, so that's something that I hope to try out. I know a coworker of mine at the library where I work at started to go through the Traveler character creator, which is like a mini game upon itself where you basically kind of live out your character's life and make roles as you go through it. And he's like explaining how his character like ran away from home, joined the military, got court-martialed because he did something stupid, and like all sorts of and I'm like, holy crap, it's like, when did you have time to play the game? He goes, no, I'm just making my character. I'm like, what? So that was like super interesting because technically you could die in character creation, which is hilarious to me. So yeah, that was an interesting thing to see. So there's all sorts of different types of games and how they proceed with it. So obviously the financial aspect of it, understanding the rules, which having a good rule book or tutorial videos online. Obviously, YouTube is a huge asset. Going in and watching, you know, like one of my favorites for 5e is the was it Joe Cat's the guide for all the different classes because it's just hilarious.
Oh yes.
Just
Yeah.
to, you know, as funny as they are, they kind of do help out, kind of understand the class. Then you got different different content creators for different systems. So finding the right one for 5e or for Pathfinder, whatever system, definitely will help. So I know I jumped into a lot of the rules lawyer for Pathfinder to learn it and kind of see the difference. One of my favorite videos is where he sits and compares a combat between 5e and Pathfinder. It's the exact same setup, and he plays it turn by turn simultaneously. So you see the different options that both systems have. And I thought it was a fairly interesting video. I mean, of course, he's a bit biased towards Pathfinder as he's a Pathfinder DM, but he was fair to both, which was cool. And then, of course, obviously, the biggest, as I mentioned earlier, buried entry is the social aspect. Oh my God, we need to interact with people. So, getting a group that can match times is difficult. Obviously, you know, if you don't have a bunch of people nearby or friends that are into it, it can be hard. One of the things I try to do, for example, at the library is I, run a tabletop group or a tabletop program that kind of is open to new, old, people who want to sit and play, people who want to number crunch, people who are just curious, open to everybody. And we provide the books, we provide the people that play with you who know the rules. We explain it as best as possible. I try to put a good production value with using the technology center that I work in to have a quest board with notices for quests if it's like a 5e or Pathfinder thing. Using the monitors to kind of have maps and sound effects playing through the speakers. Using my AI voice modulation to have voiced characters that can read out lines of text, that kind of thing. And that kind of helps out because if you're completely new and have no clue, it doesn't cost anything to go to a library. So you just kind of go and just sit in on one or make a character, and that's kind of what I'm trying to open up for. And I know game stores oftentimes do that. I believe, Ophi, you told me about, for example, Magic the Gathering. They have a Friday thing where you can go in and just learn.
Yeah. So most LGSs or most WPN stores, they run Friday Night Magic, which is whenever people collectively, communally know, hey, on Friday we're gonna head to this store and we're gonna play Magic, whether it's Draft or EDH Commander, um, Popper. Some people do seasonal draft, which is every time a new set comes out, they do one night where they draft, one Friday where they draft, and then for the subsequent Fridays they play with those cards, like League almost. Um, and then usually whenever a new set is coming out, they have about a week or two of different planned out events at the stores, and one of them is always open house or homecoming or something like that, where you can come in, buy a starter deck or buy a pre-con commander deck, sit down, pop the case, and play right there. And if you don't know how to play, they'll teach you. The store that I work at, if you don't know how to work at, my mistake, the store that I go to, if you don't know how to play and you tell the owners this, one of the owners will sit down with you and teach you how to play Magic, and they boil it down to the simplest of terms. And it takes a couple of visits, a couple of tries, but sooner or later you walk away knowing how to play. Um, a lot of the times, nine out of 10 times, the community wants you to play. So if you sit down and you're like, "Hey, I just bought this deck. I don't know how to play." Um, if you find a pod, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, come on, we'll teach you how to play." There are people willing to lose. I know in this day and age, to teach you how to win with your deck, and that's a barrier. That's a barrier of entry for Magic, is learning how to play. But also another thing is the price, because recently in the past couple of years they've removed the MSRP, um or the MSRP for Magic cards. So there's no longer a set price, and some stores will yank it. They'll jack it up. The store I go to, they still follow the old MSRP, where they look and take the suggested price from WotC. Like, yeah, these new packs, because they're both a set booster and a draft booster. Now they're just a play booster. Yeah, instead of them being 4 something, now they're 5 something. And they very much will tell you that whenever you go up to the counter and you're like, "Yeah, I want a couple of these packs." Well, the newer packs are a little bit more expensive because of blank. Oh, well then I'm going to get these set boosters from this older set. Okay, yeah, those are still the old price. So much like going and buying that $50 RPG book, going in and buying that $45 commander deck is another barrier of entry, because not everybody has $45, $50 kicking around. But yeah, if you're looking to get into Magic, always check the Magic the Gathering website, because it's going to give you the floor plan for the newest set, and it's going to be like, on this date we start previews, on this date we start commander deck previews, then on this date is pre-release. Pre-release, you go pay $30, you get a box, and you're able to play the set before anyone else does. And then that following Friday is when the set actually drops. And then they'll be like, after pre-release, we have Commander Homecoming, and then we have regular Homecoming, and then we have, a tutorial day when you can, go in and learn. But more often than not, the community at your LGS, they're gonna want to teach you, or there's gonna be ways to learn. There's always a cork board with like, new to Magic the Gathering, I'm doing lessons on blank and blank. Looking for D&D group, looking for Pathfinder group, looking for Star Wars Fantasy Flight. So the barrier of entry for Magic not only is learning how to play, but the price. But you'll find somebody who wants to teach you. So there's always one way to jump that first hurdle, which is learning how to play.
That's definitely good to hear, because oftentimes it can be quite intimidating when I walk into the game store and I pass by the Magic the Gathering cards that are on display, and they're like hundreds of dollars. And I'm just sitting here, and then I look to the right and I see the 40K miniatures, which are also hundreds of dollars. And I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing in this store? So that's kind of scary to me.
My advice for that is, do not look in that case. Look in that case to look at the art. Do not look at the price tags. Usually on, or at least at the one that I go to, the counter right next to the case, that's where they're putting out the new EDH decks. That's where they're putting out the new, like, starter packs. And like Gruta said, out of the chat there, Pauper is another really easy way and a really cheap way to get into Magic, because Pauper it's a 60 card deck, and it's played with commons and uncommon, which are the cheapest cards in the sets. Oh, just commons? I thought it was commons and uncommons. Yeah, so apparently I don't even know the rules to Pauper anymore. But yeah, Pauper is a really, really, really inexpensive way to get into Magic the Gathering.
Nice. Pauper. Okay, cool.
So
Definitely. Thanks for that heads up, Ophi and Gruda in chat. Because again, we are, at least I am interested in learning it, and that's something that we got planned in the near future is to have Ophi obviously stream me and possibly Frax or someone else, whoever would like to join, trying to figure out what the hell we're doing with Magic. Because I played it
just
when I
give me
was
a
like
blue
10.
deck.
Oh no.
yeah, well, I'll have Gruda come help me or Rex.
Ooh,
They
that'd be cool.
can. That way we have two people. That way we have two people versus two people, or we have four people in general. That way we can do like a proper 4-man table.
Nice, nice. So, we're looking into, of course, the TLDR of the whole thing is, if possible, make sure to support your local game stores if they're doing good business practices. It's a good place to meet people. Your libraries is a good way to get into TTRPGs. Just check the schedule, the calendar. At least I know in my city, being a bit of a bigger city, there tends to be quite a few groups going on almost every single day in both stores and libraries. And obviously online in Discord, you can find it. One good thing, and I know it's going to be very shocking. One good thing I can say about Roll20 is that I did find some good players joining a random Roll20 group because I guess they got like a search for group thing. And that's actually where I grouped up with Solzy and Dorn, a couple of people that you guys might know from the community who are still a integral part of the community proper, our gaming community, and as well as Solzy is one of the people that helps on the podcast. So, yes, one good thing that I can say about Roll20. Speaking of, before we forget, I believe there was some sort of a data breach with Roll20 recently. Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
They had a compromised admin account, so a bunch of the data was accessible. They say nothing critical was leaked, but it's always safe to just change your passwords just in case.
yeah. So it might be old news because it's been got like a week or two so far since the incident, but definitely if you haven't gone into your Roll20 account in a long time, especially if you paid for something or you have whatever, just make a change. Just doesn't hurt. Just go in there, swap an E with an I or something. I don't know. Figure something out for passwords. Also, don't listen to me because I'm really bad with passwords. So, but yeah, that's kind of my piece on TTRPGs, the whole financial, the social aspect. Obviously, finding a place that has all the tools available, so BTT, all that kind of stuff, and we can go on for hours talking about how this system is good, like playing on here. This one is good with Theater of the Mind. It really depends on what you're playing.
Yep.
I would say like 5e, you could probably get away with 5e doing a lot of it Theater of the Mind, whereas a more detailed system like Lancer or Pathfinder, that would be very difficult. I can't even imagine doing Lancer Theater of the Mind. That would drive me insane. There's just too many variables.
Yeah, and a lot of it depends on distances and adjacencies, so I don't think that would work. But they do have some very good mapping tools out there, so it's easy to just make maps.
Yeah, definitely. Core, how is Shadowrun with Theater of the Mind?
It actually works pretty great for Shadowrun. For the long-running campaign I have, we basically only play combats on grid maps actually, and the rest is completely Theater of the Mind. So we have maybe one map per session if we get to a combat at all. I think the actual last like module we did, which was an official module, German setting, like a short adventure, we had exactly one map, and that was just for distances, which is a thing if you use guns.
Mhm.
But that's really the only thing you need it for. We didn't need it for anything else. We played the whole adventure in theater of the mind, basically, like front to back with one like boss fight, if you can call it that, with one climactic fight on a grid and nothing on a grid before.
Nice. It's good to hear.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, anyone else have any comments on TTRPGs? Any kind of anecdotes or anything?
I mean, I think that's actually a thing that I actually just thought of because it's a problem I've been struggling with. I mean, the barrier of entry is also time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which, funnily enough, with a lot of new tools at our disposal, because I'm actually struggling with prep work for my D&D campaign, which I still DM, and yeah, the tools like for D&D, I still use D&D Beyond. They have an encounter builder where you can just have your NPC tokens in, roll initiative for the NPCs, and just have the fights mapped out and the stats of the monsters available. That shaves off time for my prep work and makes my life a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's a trade-off of money and time. I mean, some people have one, some people have the other, some very blessed people have both. But yeah, you can also see it from I need time to prep this stuff, and there's stuff like Foundry that has really good official modules which cost money. But if you're struggling on the time crunch, there's avenues to also alleviate that, which has been a problem I've actually been dealing with a lot. Just coming to mind.
Interesting.
So there's that side too. But
So-
yeah, with more and more tools available and character builders and apps for that, stuff gets easier on time investment, which is nice for the hobby as a whole.
It's also an interesting segue because time. Time is a very interesting barrier of entry. Uh, and I believe, Frax, you were talking about time being a barrier of entry to a particular style of game that usually is not in the same sense a barrier of
Yeah,
entry.
yeah. I was thinking of time as a barrier of entry in time of this game came out a long time ago, and a lot of the player base has been moving with it. So a particular game that has this issue, from my experience, is RuneScape. This game is over 20 years old at this point, and they never invalidate that old content. Like if I compare it to most other MMOs like World of Warcraft, when a new expansion comes out, you don't need to care about all the other expansions anymore. So you just like every 2 years there's a big reset. RuneScape doesn't do that. The content that was made 20 years ago is just as relevant as it is as modern content, but it does mean that if you've been playing for 20 years, you're in the end game, and a new player needs to go through the entire game to catch up with you. So that is a huge barrier of entry if you want to start playing nowadays. Uh, it's a friend of mine started a new account a few years ago, and it took him approximately a year or two in which he really dedicated his free time to RuneScape because he loves the game with a passion. And yeah, a year or two to get back to the end game and to be able to enjoy the most recent updates, because that's the thing that the developers now have as an issue as well. When they make content updates, they still do. They have to make a choice. Either they make it for the end game so that most of their player base can enjoy it and have it be relevant, or they make it for new players, but then a lot of their player base basically skips through it because they've out-leveled it already even before it's released, which gets them in a difficult position because they can't attract new players that easily anymore. Especially in the RuneScape 3 version of the game, like the original version that they have been updating continuously. The old school version kind of alleviates that problem because they have the luxury of hindsight, but it's still there to a degree because RuneScape at its core is a very grindy game. It's meant to be. That's what it's about. But yeah, going through 20 years worth of grinds, not an easy barrier of entry. And there's no way to skip it.
Yeah, and I kind of got that feeling too with when I was playing, not to the extent, but when I was playing Final Fantasy and getting back into it because there's so much story. And it's a
Yeah,
fantastic
I don't
MMO.
know.
I
Oh
love it,
God, yes.
but it's just there's so much that going back through like I don't think I could go back if I were to play a new character again. I don't think I could go back through like the entirety of A Realm Reborn because of how long it takes in terms of story. I mean, yes, I could skip cutscenes, but if you skip cutscenes in Final Fantasy, you're a filthy casual. But
Yeah, absolutely.
but no, I mean jokes aside, it's like there's so much, and I want to get into it, and then I'm like, oh man, there's hundreds of hours or dozens of hours of play and story, and it kind of becomes a bit overwhelming. Whereas, like World of Warcraft and other MMOs, it's kind of like, okay, here, like attack this one enemy. Okay, now you're level 60. Congrats. All right, attack this, this whatever. Now you're level 80. Cool. Like it just kind of speeds you to the end because that's where they want you to kind of be playing. Or at
Yeah.
least a lot faster.
They don't really care about the level progress or about the whole history of the game's updates. They don't expect you to go through that. You can if you want that. That's absolutely a possibility. But they want you to play the latest end game, and they will get you there as fast as possible so you can participate with the whole player base in the newest raids, dungeons, whatever. It's a completely different philosophy.
Thing is, the stories were designed completely differently. That's
Yes.
the issue at hand, I think, because in Final Fantasy, you're the big hero. You personally are the person everything's revolving around. In World of Warcraft, you more or less are a person that is here for most of the big events. But you as a player, I think they start giving you more of a focus, like in later expansion. I think it started with Legion more or less. But before
Yeah.
you were just a more or less common soldier participant that was there when the big shit happened.
Yeah,
So-
they kind of went back on that as well because they figured it didn't really work out.
Yeah, and the thing is with World of Warcraft that just can go, yeah, you're a new adventurer and this is the current stuff happening, and you can choose a way to get to the end game, and you can pick and choose of the past expansions that you like. And they have
Yeah.
a system so you can level by just playing one instead of 8, 10? I don't know at this point. But yeah, it's a
lot.
completely different philosophy.
They
with
also have
going
that
about
20th
things.
anniversary this year, so it's also a
Yeah.
very old game.
But yeah, that's how they worked around that. And I think as in Final Fantasy they try to alleviate stuff because they give new players like massive experience boosts. The problem is they don't help getting through the story because content is gated by story progression and you still have to walk the walk and talk the talk literally. And the experience boost doesn't help you with that, so you're basically not helped.
And I know they sell.
When I played, my character will possibly forever be stuck in post ARR because I just can't. It was an issue where I basically out-leveled everything but still had to do all the story. So the gameplay was very boring and I was just slogging through the story. So there's potential for improvement there to get people up to speed into the current content, I think.
There's also a certain. I wouldn't say. I have a bit of an admiration for the fact that they kind of are unapologetically like, hey, no, that we're gonna keep it because the story is important. So I can respect that, but at the same time, yeah, I absolutely see where you're coming from. With that, it's like, yeah, you're slogging through, and it's like there's interesting content, but like if it was at level, but you've out leveled everything, so it's kind of difficult to enjoy it.
It's a dangerous philosophy to keep because at some point I really do understand that you want people to play through the story, but if you keep ignoring a big call of this is a problem, you need to do something about it. At a certain point, people will start moving by you, and then it might be too late to handle the problem.
So I just have to draw the comparison again, because it's absolutely a thing. Because I've been told I've gotten into Final Fantasy like super late, like a year back or so, and people told me, oh yeah, ARR is actually already reworked. Like it's better than what it was. And the only
Yeah.
rework I was aware of was World of Warcraft Cataclysm. And that's a rework on a completely different scale because they had very like old school MMO quest design and mechanics before, and they made it like just a modern game. And so the old areas in World of Warcraft got a rework. The thing is, the problem is Final Fantasy is a story, so you would have to keep certain like pivotal points in that story that you couldn't get around. But I got sent around with letters through half the world in Final Fantasy so often, and that's the stuff they could definitely streamline while keeping the story, because there's just I actually put a timer on once because I was so annoyed. I run around 40 minutes without having to fight anything, just running from A to B and watching cutscenes. And the problem isn't the story, it's the way how it's set up. And they could definitely improve on that while keeping their story.
Yeah, yeah. I think one game that I've really had fun as an MMO, I know we're kind of diving into MMOs, that does both deliver the story in a way that was interesting to me, but also made sure there are actually two games actually that did it. It's going to be Guild Wars 2 and ESO. Both because of the fact that, like, due to the fact that you scale either down or there is literally no difference in levels with like ESO, you just kind of out in the world. You gain levels, but the only thing you get is like slight progression, and you get better gear obviously to make things easier. But you could complete everything. You can go in any direction, and you can just do the story. That doesn't matter. You're not like, oh, this is a level 60 area. I'm level 1. No, you could do it at level 1. It might be harder, but you could do it. And I think that really allowed me to get into it, because no matter where I went, like, everything was difficult enough, but not like to the point where it was stressing me out. So content was good, and I can follow the story, and I never felt like, oh, I sped through. I really like this character. I want to see where the story ends. I never felt like, oh, well, I'm at a point where I'm level 12 and I need to be level 18 to do this quest. So I got to grind side quests, and it breaks the momentum of the story. I always felt like I could keep going forward and get to the end of that particular quest line, and properly get rewarded too, because I get gear that's my level or that's relevant to me, which was kind of cool. And that happened in ESL and in Guild Wars to an extent as well. So I like that design.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very good reason that basically every MMO that is still around has some sort of level and content scaling, which is nothing else than removing barriers.
Yeah, it really is. At some point in a live service game's life, and I'm gonna expand it to live service in general, because they want to keep adding content. At some point, they will have to face the problem that there is so much content that it becomes a barrier for new players. And there's different solutions to that. You can allow people to skip through it, which is often a solution that you see. You can do a reset every few years, which is the way World of Warcraft has decided to do it. You can just have all content be side grades, which is what Guild Wars does. Like, you get the level cap has been 80 for pretty much forever, and every expansion they add is just more side grades. But that might also not work for everyone. So it's interesting to see what a game does when they arrive at that point where that becomes a problem.
Yeah.
Because it is a problem that they need to solve in their lifetime. Otherwise, they start stagnating or go down. RuneScape is having a lot of difficulty figuring out this problem, because they're all about the grind, about the journey of that grind. So side rates aren't really an option. They've tried that. Skipping isn't an option at all, because then the game loses meaning, like all of it. And if you keep stacking higher and higher, that's what they're gonna try now. You just don't get new players anymore. So I don't know how they're gonna try figuring that out now, because they've decided to stack higher. They added a fourth combat style that is more accessible for new players, so you can go to the end game combat rather quickly. But that had the extra effect that it basically invalidated the three old combat styles. Because, you need to do a lot more grinding to get the max gear for those. It's a very difficult design issue.
Yeah, I was gonna say RuneScape has multiple versions that are officially out, right? Like old school and then the new one.
Yeah, I'm mostly talking about modern one now. RuneScape 3 is actually the oldest one, but it's the one that has kept evolving from its conception.
Okay.
Whereas old school RuneScape was made from a backup of 2007's uh, main RuneScape, and then diverged. Basically, they kept closer to their original philosophy because in 2012 and 13, RuneScape made a lot of changes to the design philosophy to be more like other MMOs. That was kind of a mistake in
Ah.
hindsight. Old school RuneScape is trying to avoid those mistakes and make completely new. Well, yeah, they are making completely new mistakes as well, but they're generally trying to be more RuneScape as it was, and at the same time trying to avoid the infinite stacking of contents problem by making sure that there are more side grids, there are more possible niches. For example, every weapon has a different function instead of being a stat stick. That means you can add a lot more side grids that are meaningful. But yeah, it's still not a done experiment to see whether that will work out in the long term or not, because they've only been going at it for, let's say, 8 years. I don't know exactly when they released. I think it was around 2017.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So, yeah, I've played like RuneScape for a couple hours. It was interesting, but I never really felt that I had the time to get into it, and I didn't understand the different versions of what were the differences or whatever. So,
Yeah, they're basically two games for all intents and purposes. Just one is more the old philosophy, and one is the continuously updated main game.
cool.
It's kind of like World of Warcraft, the World of Warcraft Classic.
Oh, yeah. Good old classic. I think that was the last time I played World of Warcraft. Not classic, the recent classic, but when it was like level 60 was the cap. That was the last time I played it. So
That's their old school RuneScape. They basically brought back the oldest version of World of Warcraft and, made it playable again with minimal changes. There are some, but generally it's as it was back in the day, which brings its own unique problems.
So the funniest thing about World of Warcraft Classic, I have to share this story. When they brought out World of Warcraft Classic, they had a giant list where they went, "No, this is not a bug. This is a feature." Which was the funniest thing to me. It was
Yeah.
like, "Hey, my hunter can't shoot his bow." Yeah, because you need to sacrifice a bag slot for a quiver full of arrows to be able to shoot a bow. And stuff like that. They basically had to explain all these old, you could say outdated if you wanted to, design decisions that they got rid of for, in my opinion, a very good reason. But if you want that specific game how it was back then, it's fine if you like that.
yeah.
But yeah, a lot of people that basically just heard the praises of Classic and got in there were horribly confused because there was stuff that was not very well explained in design, because World of Warcraft was also a pretty early MMO, a pretty early, very successful MMO. So there was a lot of stuff that people that got into it from a today gamer perspective had to have explained to them. Like, yeah, no, this is the design intent, this is how it's supposed to work. This is not a bug. They had a giant list of that, and for me, as someone who actually played Classic and played until the tail end of Legion, I got a lot of enjoyment out of reading that list. It was very nostalgic, but for me, it was mostly a, oh boy, am I glad that this isn't the thing anymore. But yeah, it was very funny to do, to experience that perspective.
It's kind of funny how you can see it in the player counts as well, because when Classic released, it caused a peak in player counts and in subscriptions, because a lot of people tried it, because hey, that's the old World of Warcraft as we know it, and retail at that point had been unpopular for good reasons. So they went back to try Classic, like, oh yeah, this is the game I liked, and then they found that it had changed for good reasons, and more importantly, that Classic was a completed calculus solution. Like, it was completely mathed out. When people went into the dungeons, they knew exactly what to do, resulting in stuff like a world first raids race taking 2 hours for a full clear on the highest difficulty. Because, yeah, it's done science. And in the end, that resulted in actually retail getting a player boost out of all the people that came back from Classic.
I mean, it also was a very interesting thing to see because from the difference from retail to now, that's also a barrier of entry thing. The player base became so knowledgeable on everything
Mm-hmm.
that they basically steamrolled the old design with the tools we have today, like reverse engineering, calculus, and a completely different approach on games because, yeah, people have been super knowledgeable about those games that have played them for years. So they just basically found the optimal solution in no time.
Yeah,
And that was also
why I'm
really
at,
interesting watch. Yeah.
that's why
That
now
thing
they're trying to
happening.
shake things up a bit with stuff like Season of Discovery, where they actually do make changes to the old game with special item sets or new abilities, or experiment around a bit to freshen it up. Because otherwise, it's just completed instantly.
Yeah, that's good. That's always going to be a thing with just games in general. I mean, honestly, that kind of thing happens to TTRPGs too. Just going back to that topic,
Mhm.
I mean, look at 3.5. I look at a bookshelf full of all the 3.5 supplements and books and everything, and I'm terrified. And
Yeah.
I guess you could say fourth and more so fifth edition is their attempt at the, classic or simple. Well, not simple. It is simplifying it, but not with the negative annotation.
Streamlined, I'd say.
Yeah. Is their attempt at streamlining it and making a difference on that. Because, yeah, those. Like, I don't think I could get into 3.5 because there's just so much. Maybe I would. I don't know. I mean, I played the old Baldur's Gates. That was second edition, though, I think, or first edition. But still, like, yeah, it's just so many books that I'm like, we got donated all of the fourth edition books and all of the 3.5 edition books at the library. And I'm like, cool, I'll pick it up. I'll be in the back thinking, okay, I'm just going to walk over there and grab like a bag. The guy came in with like a pickup truck. And I'm like, oh, hold on. Let me actually get something to pick all these books. So it was nutty. So
I mean, yeah, that's a bit of a thing with TTRPGs in general, and there are some that are more guilty of it than others. It's the splat book issue when you just have tons of books being added to an edition, and then you don't have 5 books but 25 books at some point.
That was 3.5, or that was also AD&D, because they AD&D back in the day, not only did they have all the things you needed to play, right? So they had, your bestiaries, your player's handbook, your dungeon master guide. They would also bring out 2 and 3 books for each class. So there would be like the complete fighter's handbook, the complete rogue's handbook, and then they would go and they would do the exact same thing for elves or dwarves, the complete book of elves, the complete book of dwarves. And you'd sit and you'd make characters with 100 books, and then there'd be a rule discrepancy, and then your DM would look at you and be like, well, what book did you get that out of? And then you're just sitting there with your hands in your pockets like, So they're sitting. It's like 3 hours at the table just trying to figure out why your Minotaur knows his way through a maze.
So that's a very funny thing because I discovered that recently because I'm trying to get the Dark Eye 5th edition game running,
Mm-hmm.
and they're a bit into the edition by now. I think a couple of years. Don't quote me on that. 5, 6, 7, and they have a lot of additional books. And what they did now, they released a Codex of Heroes, is what they call it, that is all the char gen options, like all the character creation options of the previous book in a compendium that's solely focused on character generation because they had books for Aventurian magic. Aventuria is the setting, so Aventurian magic, Aventurian divine acts, which is mostly for the clerics, but those books also always had lore and setting info and everything. So then you were there with 8, 9 books, and people were complaining, hey, it's kind of difficult to scrap the thing together for character creation, right?
Mhm.
So the publisher for the Dark Eye sat down and was like, "Yeah, we're going to give you this really nice, um, it's a faux leather gold foil, really nice codex. It's a 400-page book with just the character creation options collected together from the previous released expansion books." Which is a nice way to do that, because yeah, that's a problem for a lot of TTRPGs that release a lot of like post-system launch content, which are all, to be honest. But yeah, you have to find a way to deal with that.
Yeah, you have to find a way to, even though you know made a character with 29 books, you know you got to figure out a way to. You need like a spreadsheet or something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or to take, God forbid, take a little notebook and write down the page number and the name of the book.
Yeah, I've done that before actually on my D&D sheet. Just write CPHB page numbers, whatever, because the class feature was just way too long to put on the sheet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also a funny thing that happened to me while I was preparing for Shadowrun. Shadowrun 5th edition has a fan-made character builder that Rain mentioned before. It's called Chummer.
Mhm.
That's the
Mhm.
the slang word for buddy in Shadowrun. So like Choom in Cyberpunk. And it had a module to import Chummer characters into Foundry, the VTT. And I set that up a while back, and then life happened, and I had it lie dormant for a while. And then I updated my Foundry. And to my great and immense panic, Foundry said, "Yeah, this Chummer import module is depreciated. It doesn't exist anymore." And I was like, "What? They can't do that." What I found out was that the coder for the Chummer module and the coder for the base module just said, "Yeah, we'll integrate it," because basically everybody is using it. So the coder for the main module basically had stats done on which other modules are used with his, and the Chummer importer had like a 90% plus match.
Yeah, at that
No,
point you might as well.
Yeah.
So he just was like, "Yeah, do you want to integrate your Git into mine and just roll it out with a base module because everybody gets it?" And that's what they did. So I sighed a very big sigh of relief. But yeah, that's also, again, from barrier of entry. The system is complicated. You need those tools.
Yeah.
I think I have never built a Shadowrun character purely on paper.
I played Shadowrun 2nd edition in high school. And the GM, God bless her heart, she had every book. Every book.
Wow.
Do you know how many little thin, like chroma books came out for 2nd edition that are like the width of a magazine, like the height of a magazine, or an old PlayStation 2
Instruction booklet that they used to come with. Yeah.
instruction booklet? Yeah. Like they're the size of a magazine, but they're as thick as that, and then there's hundreds of them. And it's for things like extra cyberware, extra, you know, little odds and ends and stuff like that. And it's just
They were called splat books. Yeah, yeah.
they were called splat books. And that's what they were. They were a splat of information. And yeah, like Lunar said, they were like $15 back in the day. So you'd pay $15 and you'd get, you know, 150 new items or 100 and, you know, such and such and such and such. But there was still copious amounts of them, and I made a 2 point. I made a 2nd edition character on paper with all these splat books and everything, and it was mind-boggling because you're sitting there and you have like little tabs, like the little bookmark tabs from Post-it to like keep your place.
Hmm?
And everyone at the table had their own color, so no one got confused. So there was my color, and then there was Gorilla's color, and then there was Phoenix color, and all this other stuff.
Mhm.
And we just, whenever she stacked all the books up by the end of it, you couldn't see the edge of the page because it was just covered in tabs.
Man.
And the ease of the barrier of entry of second edition Shadowrun is really this game is hard to play, but in a sense of this game is costly. You know, because $15 for a splat book, you release 100 splat books. How much is that? I'm not good at math.
150. Wait,
Oh, there you go.
was it right? Yeah. No, wait. 1,000. I don't know. Math is hard.
1,500.
1,500.
Yeah.
1,500.
Yeah, $1,500.
Wow. You could tell what this
And it
librarian
was-
doesn't do at the library.
But it was just ridiculous. But
yeah,
it
that's
was
always-
worth it because
that's
at
always
the end
with
of
the
the
argument
day,
that you don't need all of them. Like, no, you don't need to buy all of them, but you know, all of them can have stuff that you might want to use at some point, so you still want to.
Oh, that's
So
Oh, go ahead.
no, I think you're going to say the exact same thing I was starting to make an argument for. So you go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to talk about something similar to that. For that's what started happening in Lancer with all the homebrew, where we just started adding more and more homebrew, and we're just like, wait a second. At some point, we're like, wait, okay, so this frame does everything this frame does, but better. Okay, maybe we need to stop. So yeah, that was the whole kept adding more and more splat books, or but that was more homebrew. So of course, obviously, things would not always be balanced. But yeah, what were you gonna say, Core? Hello.
Sorry, were you talking to me? I had to plug in my headset because we've been talking so long.
Oh yeah, I said my piece. I was like, what were you about to say, Core?
No, I was just about to say that that's a great segue to one of the topics we still want to touch on at some point, is like monetization. How do you put new content out that people want and will actually invest into? Because how you do that is always a big thing, and the small splat books. I was about to say, yeah, splat books are the microtransactions of TTRPGs.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that kind of feels like it. That's exactly what they are. I mean, you look at just look at, if anyone has Steam, just go to like Hearts of Iron 4 or whatever, like the newest one of the Paragon games or Paradox games, and just hit the DLC button, and that's kind of like there's hundreds of dollars of DLC, and they're minor things like,
Or a Warhammer game.
oh yeah, Warhammer, yeah. Civ, yeah, the different civs, like, oh, like for example, like Hearts of Iron, like, oh, here are like the Easy Company the uniforms for like whatever. It's like you get like one thing, but they're like there's so many different little things, and they're not bundled together, and it drives me insane.
Yeah, I think the absolute champion of that is still Train Simulator. I think that's the game with over $3,000 worth of DLC.
Oof, Jesus.
And they're all very small. But it's like, yeah, this is this different train model. Do you want to play this train model? Yes, then buy. No, then don't buy.
Yeah. I think, thankfully, going back to the whole Splatbook thing, virtual tabletops and the digital, obviously, distribution of stuff is making things easier, especially with the right tools. Because I know for a fact, for like Pathfinder, again, I'm going to jump on the Pathfinder thing, like Path Builder, like has all of the stuff from all the
Yeah.
supporting books that come for it, and they're added in, and then when you pick the feat, it tells you on the bottom of the description of the feat what book it comes from, and then you can click the button that opens up the entry to it so you can read the entry. But it just kind of puts it in a convenient place, kind of like what we were mentioning about Chummer, like puts it in a convenient place to make it that much easier, so you're not fumbling through 50 different books.
I mean, Chopper actually has a really neat functionality if you own the books as PDFs. Chopper actually has a naming convention for the books, and you can give Chummer a directory, and it has page links on everything that has a page in the books. So if you have a piece of gear, the card for the gear says shorthand of the book, page, whatever, and it's a hot link, and if you click it, it opens the PDF for you.
Ooh, nice.
So yes, that's actually a really, really big ask for that.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works with Path Builder, which is awesome to see.
Yeah.
Like that's really
Yeah,
cool.
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be playing Pathfinder if it wasn't for Path Builder existing.
Yeah, that changed my whole outlook on Path Builder and Foundry. That changed my
Yeah.
whole outlook on
Yeah.
it. Because like I was definitely on board, but I was kind of like, okay, this is going to take a lot of setup. Maybe it's going to be a lot harder for me to get players. And you know, the Saturday group at the library, you know, a lot of them are young, 12, 13-year-old kids, and then I got a couple of the old grognards. So I'm like, okay, I got the worst. I got the ADH hard to keep entertain children, and I got the old grognards that don't like change. And I'm like, we've been playing 5e since level 1. We're now level 12, and you guys are looking to change it up. Do you guys want to switch your characters over to Pathfinder now that you guys basically quote unquote failed the quest and were in a like realm outside of reality for a couple of like a year? Your characters were just away from the world, and then you can convert them. And we tried it, and as soon as I introduced them to Path Builder, they all got into it. They're like, oh, and they were clicking buttons and making builds, and it was like, oh, wow, this actually works. This is actually pretty easy.
So, a funny thing on that regard is the Dark Eye also made that discovery with 5th edition, because it's a pretty like I don't want to say complicated, but vast system.
Mm-hmm.
And at the beginning, they had for 5th edition, with the release of the edition, they brought out a macroed PDF. So at least the calculations for your build, because the Dark Eye always has a like free build system. You get adventure points, and you can invest in abilities, stats, skills, feats, and it's all like you pay a certain amount of that currency. A feat might be 15 build points. The skill point, or the point that gets your stats from 13 to 15, 13 to 14 is like 20 adventure points. So you basically have a giant pool of adventure points to build your character. So the first thing to make that easier, they had a macro PDF that did at least the math for you.
Mm.
But it's a macro PDF. It still was kind of a bit of wonky, but they just had that on DriveThruRPG, like from the official publisher, to download, which was nice.
Yeah.
And what I recently discovered, they did a whole character builder app with all skills, all short descriptions of all released content, where you can set which books to use in an option menu. And that's also on buy what you want, recommended $0 on DriveThruRPG from the official publisher. Because they're aware of barriers of entry, right?
Yeah.
They want you to be able to build a character for their system.
Yeah, and if you can do that for free, then you are really inclined to actually use that character at some points.
That actually brings me to a point on Lancer. So Lancer, all of the player-facing stuff is free. To make a character and to build a frame, all that stuff is available for free. Because they want you to make a character and want you to be able to play. And then the DM things and the things needed to kind of run the game, you would pay for. And I found that super interesting, because it was like, okay, you want to play with friends, and one person buys it, he's the DM, and now you can just make yourself your characters. You don't actually have to buy all of the books or the LCPs, which is what the file type that that Lancer uses to integrate with CompCon, which is their version of Path Builder or Chummer, which is also an amazing program, because that just kind of links, and it's actually quite intuitive to create things, as Frax is keeping a lot of our homebrewed items on an LCP that he updates, which is really cool. So, like, that's I like that because it's a little bit of both. Yes, it's free, but it also they get some money because you would buy because if you want to play, but not everybody has to buy. Only one person would need to buy and then they can run it. So
I
Oh.
think in the end, what I sort of think is that a lot of games and TTRPGs sort of want to make people want to pay you, which is a weird concept because it's not really how capitalism works, but it does work if you pull it off. Like Deep Rock Galactic, you buy the base game and then you don't ever have to buy anything again because yeah, they have seasons with battle passes. Those are 100% free, but they do put out like additional cosmetics on top of the copious amounts of base game cosmetics. Just like if you want to pay us, you can. It's not an obligation. There's so many cosmetics, and they're all equally good as the paid ones. So there's absolutely no need. But you, it's just such a good base game that that you kind of want to.
yeah, I mean, and the game itself was complete. Like it was you could play it all
Yeah.
the way through, and it was
Yeah.
complete. And so they're selling the cosmetics and all the extra stuff on top of a complete game, which is
Yeah.
interesting because nowadays we're talking about DLCs and we're talking about like like the Paradox games or Train Simulator. Nowadays you even got games that are in early access that are not even finished selling DLCs and cosmetics, and that I never could understand because I'm like, you're not
Yeah,
even
no.
finished with your game. Why are you selling me things? Just work on the game, and once it's done,
I
then you can
mean,
sell me.
if you're a mean person, you could have the argument that a lot of actual releases aren't that much more finished than some early access titles.
This is true.
Sometimes, yeah.
I mean, this is an interesting segue to early access games. I mean, a lot of us have played early access games, and they've become more of a normal kind of a thing in gaming. Like Core, I think you wanted to speak up on early access, and I'm kind of interested in everyone's opinion on the state of. Again,
So
early access games.
with early access, let's make a funny switch, like thought process wise. Because early access lowers the barrier of entry for game devs, which, yeah, getting a game on a marketplace or getting a finished game on a marketplace is difficult. But today, from the game dev perspective, we have crowdfunding, we have early access, which is a kind of crowdfunding, but a more prevalent one, I'd say.
Yeah.
And it's a nice way to get great games out of it. I mean, early access has kind of a bit of a stigma.
Yeah.
There you go, one of my favorite early access games on screen now, Valheim. Yeah, because some of them stay in early access for a really long time or never get appropriately finished. But some of them have been like amazing successes. I think we want to start with the good ones. A good example and kind of also a semi good one is Valheim because it's already an amazing game, but it's still far from finished. And I think it came out 2 years ago now in early access. Might be.
It might be
I
longer
don't
actually.
have that exactly on hand.
It's
So yeah, but the thing is, I got a good games value out of the game already, easily. And the game was a team of 5 devs in the beginning. I think they got a few more people, but they went about it very healthy. And they were very clear on communicating that. They were like, hey guys, yes, we sold a lot of copies of this game, and as a studio, we're in a very good position. But just throwing more people that don't know about our philosophy behind the game, how we do things, and how we want to do things at the game will not make it better or faster. Which was a very good statement in my opinion, because yeah, it's this old manager speak. 9 women can't make a baby in a month. That's not how it works. You can't throw people at a problem to make it go away.
yeah.
And that was their very clear statement. We will get a few people if they're a good fit to get us up to speed more, but we're not hiring people for the sake of hiring people. Which was a statement the Valheim devs made in the beginning, and it was a very good move on their part, because the game, while still in development and while still not finished, has stayed very true to itself. So I really like that about how Valheim did it.
Yeah.
So
Valheim is a very fun game in my opinion. I've enjoyed and I've gotten a lot of hours out of it that I don't even get out of full titles that are fully released.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I remember that comment I made earlier in the podcast about a game with a detailed cooking system.
Yeah. Oh yes, we built Ophi a giant kitchen when we played Valheim.
Just don't get in a boat.
Yeah, no, we kept Ophi firmly on land and built her a nice abbey with a kitchen, and that's where Ophi stayed.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It was very fun, and that's great about. I mean, I just like the genre of open world survival games because you'll find something to do for every player.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, those are great titles for early access games, I think, because my favorite early access game and some of my most played games ever are open world survival games that were in early access. Valheim being a prominent one. And another one that, in my opinion, had a more or less example early access was Conan Exiles.
Yeah, Conan Exiles definitely was a game that I put a lot of hours into as well. So there's also one that recently this month came out of early access, which is 7 Days to Die, which you don't hear often.
Yeah, after a decade in early access, I think, right?
I think it was 12 years.
Yeah,
That's one of those games.
Yeah, that one finally came out of early access, and I've played a bit of it, and I've had a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun with it.
The thing is, I've played 7 Days to Die 2. And the thing is, yeah, it is early access. It just came out of early access. But I still enjoyed like roughly 100 hours out of the game while it was still in early access. The thing is, when you buy into early access, you should know what you're getting into as a customer.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a game that's rough around the edges, that doesn't have a finished story, that maybe will change a lot over the course of the early access, which 7 Days to Die is a good example for. I think they completely overdid the systems like 2 to 3 times.
Yeah,
like a lot of the progress and how crafting works and skills and everything, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think for Conan, like the combat for Conan was just like Minecraft, and then they turned it into like this third person action. Even though it's clunky, it's still they did something with it, which was
so that was really interesting because why I love to placate Conan Exiles as a very successful and well done early access game. They dropped it in early access. And they did a developer stream bi-weekly, like every other week, where they just sat down 3 hours on Twitch and streamed the game from the current dev build, like doing things they just were developing, screwing around with stuff, and just showing what they're currently working on. And then in regular intervals, they had player feedback surveys where they want, hey, what don't you like about the game? And the first really big one had a overwhelming 90% of people telling them that their combat system was really not enjoyable. It was horrible. Because basically how it was, both players had a stick. There was no stagger, no moveset really. It was just auto-attacking each other, and the person with the more damage and more hit points won. It was mind-numbingly boring and unfun, and that's what people told them. And what they did, they took their complete roadmap, threw it overboard, added 3 months of we're gonna make a good combat system, and put the rest of the roadmap behind it. Because that's what people wanted. And if they hadn't done that, I'm confident the game would have tanked.
Yeah. Yeah, because as clunky as the combat is, it visually satisfying. And it also mechanically, I mean, there is now like, staggering and whatnot. And sure, there's meta, and people are like, oh, if you use this weapon, you auto win because you can stack. But there was still something that was added to it to make it stand out. And I think it's unfair of me to compare it to Minecraft because when you mentioned that you like swing at each other until at least in Minecraft, when you hit someone, they like stagger and get knocked up. So there is like this. It's almost like jousting, the standard Minecraft combat. Where
In a way, yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, okay, there's some form of like tactics to it. It felt like when I PvP'd in Minecraft recently with like a friend of mine, it felt like I was playing like tribes, like where you just like running at them, jumping because you get like an extra damage if you're in the air with the sword, and like it was like a lot of like tactics to it. So obviously it's not like super in depth, but it was fun. It was different. And then now I'm playing fucking, excuse my language. Now I'm playing freaking Bloodborne in Minecraft, and I'm getting trick weapons and doing actual full-on combos and spells and stuff. So it's super interesting. That's another early access game, Minecraft. So,
Yeah. In Minecraft's case, it was really because a single person was making it, and he was just publishing what he had when it was done. Like every build was basically just, "Hey, I finished this new block. Have fun." That was, I think, less of a normal development cycle and more of a hobbyist showing off what he was doing at that point until it really became Mojang the company and it actually became commercial.
talk about
Yeah, that's the barrier of entry again. You have actual avenues to publish video games now as a software developer. And
Yeah.
I'm quoting someone on that because that has a thing that has been said. I don't know if you guys know Pirate Software. He's also doing game dev and he has a studio and he has been working for big companies for a long while.
Yeah.
And he says he doesn't like the term of aspiring game dev. Because if you're doing it, you're doing it. You're a game dev. And yeah, the barrier of entry for being a game dev is as low as it ever was.
Yeah, with platforms like GOG, itch.io, and Steam out there, it's very easy to publish your game
and with the
and
ease.
just.
Oh, go
No, you can go.
I was gonna say, with the ease of tools like the Unreal Engine being super easy, the newest one to use, that you can just kind of like grab some assets and toss together a game, which unfortunately you see a lot of. But it makes it so that you don't need to build an engine from the ground up. Not everybody can be like Bethesda. As much as we meme on Bethesda, I mean, they built their engine, they know how it works, and it works with mods, and people do some crazy stuff with it. But yeah, just the ease of which tools are available makes it a lot easier for people to want to make a game that they're able to. So.
Yeah, to quote the same person, you actually don't have any reasons to make an engine except if you want to make an engine for the sake of making an engine, like as a demonstration of your skill, or if your game has a specific mechanic that a stock engine can't handle, like weird ways of moving the map or something like that. Because other than those two cases, you can get by with stuff like Unreal. It's good enough; it can handle almost anything.
Yeah, the thing is, you will run into hiccups with any engine, no matter if same or proprietary. An example of that would be Conan Exiles, because they ran into an interesting problem that they didn't foresee, because they were like, yeah, we want mounts for our game, right? But then they ran into the issue of how Unreal Engine works. It has chunks that have a certain size.
Mm-hmm.
And if they would have had horse mounts that would run a speed that looks appropriate for a horse, the map couldn't keep up with you loading and you would fall off the map.
Oh, okay.
Then they tried, okay, let's make the mounts a bit slower. And they actually showed that off when they had to eat foot and admit that they won't have mounts in at the end of early access. Where they showed off, yeah, listen, this is how fast we can go without like breaking the game. And it looked insanely goofy. It was very funny to look at, but it was basically a horse running on ice.
Oh my god.
Because they had to break down the horse, but they didn't want the animations to look like sloppy, so the horse was basically treading water while it was running, right? Super funny. But to their credit, a way later, they found a way to make it work, which they did post early access. And Conan Exiles was in early access for a year, and they actually, apart from the mounts, that was the big feature that was missing. They were feature complete from what they promised from their roadmap after a year, and released out of early access exactly a year after early access. So they actually did a great job.
Yeah.
And to go from there, they did a lot of interesting things with their post-launch content, but I think we get around to that topic later, right?
I mean, we could bring it up here if it's relevant to like early access and whatnot, but definitely. Like,
Yeah, no,
just touch on
basically
it.
the things they promised in the original roadmap, they just brought that into the game without additional cost. That was just additional features post-launch, and everything that was on the original roadmap, they brought in later as a free update. Which was namely, I think, mounts and sorcery. Those were two big updates, and they brought that in for free.
Which brings us back at full circle to what I mentioned earlier. No Man's Sky, where it's like they basically promised the world, and we got like a small island on a third world country, and then eventually we got the world and then some. And it's a very interesting story of a game that released. It wasn't really early access. I don't think when No Man's Sky launched, that wasn't early access. That was like the full release, right?
No, that was just a full release. That was very disappointing because they overpromised a lot in their marketing and in their hype, and they did not deliver on that.
Yeah, they had like.
So it does speak to their credits that they actually kept building on it and updating and trying to shape it into the game that they actually talked about. It was, for all intents and purposes, it was an early access, but they never called it that.
Yeah, so to their credit, I have to give them that respect of the fact that they stuck with it, and they basically years later, you look at the game and it has everything that was promised and more, which is nice, and I think that should be praised, not overly like we're gonna like oh my god, but because they did goof up, but that kind of behavior should be rewarded because that's something that we would love to see more often. I know it's not financially
everyone can make
viable
mistakes
for everyone, but yeah.
Yeah.
But when you don't have like, hey, our game has multiplayer, but the reason why you don't see your friends is because the universe is so big, and then they prove that there was no multiplayer. So then they added it in. Now you can play with your friends. So on top of like all the other things and fleet battles and all sorts of interesting things. So I definitely, that's a game that I do want to get into at some point, to see what's past the first planet, because I've never really gotten past the first planet. I've played it and I haven't really sat down because I want to play with friends. I mean, core, survival games are always more fun when you have friends.
That's absolutely true for No Man's Sky.
Who else are you gonna loot who else's body is you're gonna loot when they die and drink their food and eat and drink their food? So, I mean, I know for a fact, Avorion, one of my favorite games, survival, Minecraft in space, I played thousands of hours. I've never beat it until I actually played it with Frax. Where, I mean, I beat in air quotes. I wasn't the one that had the Super Star Destroyer and an entire fleet of ships that basically owned the final boss, while I flew around in some of my smaller ships. So
I beat air quotes.
Yeah.
I didn't beat the final boss. I obliterated it.
Yeah.
I vastly overestimated how dangerous that thing was. I came over prepared with a fleet of like 10 to 12 ships that were actually bigger than the boss.
Yeah, I'm coming in here with like, so that game has like slots, and the number of slots of your ship is usually determine how big the ship is. You start off with like a 1-slot ship, which is about the size of a fighter, and then if you get like a 15-slot ship, that's the size of like a a super star destroyer, maybe even bigger. So I'm over here with like a couple of like 6-10 slot ships or something. I'm like, oh cool, I got a cool design I downloaded from the workshop. I'm like, oh, I'm proud of this, and I'm like, sweet, I'm gonna jump in and we're gonna fight the boss. So I jump in, and all of a sudden, the entire Imperium Galactic Armada just shows up, and I'm like,
Damn.
oh, okay. And Frax is like, sup, let's do this. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then the boss came, and I couldn't see the boss because his ships were too big. So
Yeah, and I made a slight mistake. I didn't know that fighters lacked the game so much, so all of my ships had a fully equipped fighter complement, which is 120 fighters per ship. So there was about 1,200 fighters swarming all over the place, completely lagging the server.
yeah, it was definitely fun though, and I finally beat it. I got the achievement and everything, and I'm like, sweet. Even though I've played like 1,000 hours of that game, so it's good times. But yeah, that game also was an early access game, and recently came out of 1.0 and is now at 2.0 or 2 point something. They revamped the system. We played after their 2.0 update, so and they've added a lot of new things and stuff. So it's good to see when early access games get out of early access and are successful. So. Anything else you would like to add, Core, on some of the early access?
I mean, I think we talked about the most stuff with early access that it's been out. Yeah, what we also had in there, what was actually an early access title that we didn't talk about yet. The original Fortnite was.
Oh, right. We did talk about that.
So the original Fortnite, meaning the actual PvE game that was Fortnite, if I recall the history correctly, because it's been a while at this point. They made the Fortnite PvE as a co-op horde third-person shooter with like base building, somewhat like a tower defense. Really fun game. And then the whole BR thing, Battle Royale thing, started to get traction, and I think they had the Unreal Tournament team doing nothing at the time, so they just took the Fortnite engine and made a Battle Royale of that. And as we all know, that ran away from them. But then they basically mostly abandoned the PvE game that people bought into with actual money, and that got never finished.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, so that's a way I would like my early access titles to not go. Because they also had, at release, a fully functional gacha shop in the game.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned that earlier. This might be newer Save the World gameplay, but yeah. They having a fully access shop before the game is out. I mean, I think even Darktide did that. They had a full shop before they even had all of the mechanics of the game finished. So that was also
and they were already talking about DLCs and season passes before they even fixed delivering everything they'd promised. They scrapped that plan though.
Yeah, no, I think they talked about like a new class every like quarter even at the beginning. So there were very ambitious plans that didn't come through.
No, that's Fat Shark and ambitious plans is not a good combo.
Yeah, and I know...
To be fair, I think the game is very enjoyable, but it also did overpromise a lot.
Yeah. But they always do. Fat Shark is one of those developers who releases an okay game and then really polishes it up over the next few years and makes it good. But you don't actually want to buy their games on release, which is kind of sad.
I mean, yeah, the thing that flabbergasted me about Darktide the most, they basically iterated into a crafting system with Vermintide 2, which is basically the fantasy predecessor of Darktide.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end, they kind of figured out a really solid crafting system. And then they made a crafting system that was like the version Vermintide 2 started with that nobody wanted and implemented it into Darktide. And that was a little bit of a head-to-desk moment for me, to be perfectly honest. Because I did not get that decision at all.
Yeah, that was strange. That was definitely strange.
It was really.
And it's actually one of the reasons why I guess while I've played it a bunch and I've played it with you guys, I didn't really get into it too much because it was like it put me off so much that I fell behind on playing it. It's a good game and I still love. From time to time, I would love to go back to it, but with all the other games that are out, the time where I would have been invested in it, the time where I would have played it, has kind of passed. Maybe I'll jump back to it, but then like with like Helldivers and everything else that I'm playing.
Yeah, that's the big like genre-wise competitor for Dogtooth at the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because they actually were first Dogtooth. So if they had a solid release, they would have had a better like a more solid position in the leads. They kind of gave up on that.
I mean, I would argue that gamers are like, they will always jump on a new hot thing. That's the thing that will happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like no matter if you're the better one or not.
Mm-hmm.
That just will happen to some degree, but they could have retained the bigger player base, I guess.
Yeah, you want to be the game where people also come back to, and I feel like that's not something they really manage at the moment.
I think from our like group of people that like co-op and extraction shooters, I was the only one that looked at the new stuff yet, right?
Yeah.
I haven't. I'm not level 30 yet, so I haven't played it that much.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do like it, especially the Ogrin.
I don't have it installed on my PC anymore.
You're just salty because you can't play a Sister of Battle, actually.
I really am.
Yeah, I know.
Speaking of, not that it's going to help that there's no Sister of Battle, but we do have Space Marine 2 that's coming out soon, and that has co-op, so looking forward to that. I'm sure someone will maybe mod so that you can look like a sister.
I can make a Mortifactor on there, so it's all good.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I think we all noticed that because the group as it is here likes playing co-op games a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That market has like grown the last couple of years a lot.
There was an article I think that said that co-op games on Steam went up like 40-some%, 45, 43%.
Doubles. There's double as many co-op releases as last year in the same periods.
But also players, like people playing.
Yeah.
The numbers have obviously when there's more games, there's more people playing, but like the demand for it is a thing. So
I think the demand was always there. There was just nobody that delivered.
Yeah, a lot of the hypes were competitive PvP games like Battle Royales or Extraction, like Extraction PvP kind of shooters. They're not that popular, but there was a hype for them. Call of Duty has always been big. It's competitive.
Like last month, we mentioned Tarkov, that style of games,
yeah.
MOBA. That's
like
what I was trying to say.
There was a wave of PvE games, which is a thing I totally don't understand. There was Hunt Showdown that had a bit of traction for a while, and then Tarkov, of course. But yeah, people seem to gravitate more towards pure PvE games than they did a while back.
It's also because I feel like a lot of the PvE games have found like a way to really boost the feeling of being cooperative through the details, because working together is one thing, like in mechanics, that's fine, that's always been a thing, but it's in the details, like having interactions with your co-op partners, like Vermintide's characters having banter, or Deep Rock's dwarves having the V button to go rock and stone over and over at each other. It's a small minor thing, but I generally believe that rock and stone button is largely responsible for DRG taking off, aside from it being a good game.
Oh yeah, no, the community that they foster due to the camaraderie that's built. I mean, look at Helldivers. The reason why Helldivers was, and I still think is very successful, is because of the fact that there is a hug button, there is community interactions. You know, there's
we have to manage. We have to mention one thing we didn't mention in the news because it's absolutely amazing. We have to mention the Children's Hospital Major Order.
Oh,
True.
Yeah. That was awesome.
So for people not in the know, in Helldivers you have basically a continuous story where different planets get attacked by opposing factions, and sometimes the game gives players a choice. The game goes like, hey, in this galactic conflict we have those two planets, and the enemies are pushing on both, and we likely won't be in time to rescue both of them, so we have to concentrate our efforts on one of the planets, have to save this one, and that means we likely have to lose or abandon the other one. And usually there was a thing like, on this planet there's a factory for this thing, on this planet there's resources for this, so it usually was like, hey player, get this upgrade or that upgrade. That has been going on for a while, and then one day the Helldivers community got a major order that was like, hey, you have this planet that has a factory for anti-tank mines, and you have this planet, it has a children's hospital on it. And the same premise as always, you can rescue one and the other one will likely be lost. So what was presented to us was basically, okay, you have this one planet that will give you a reward, and this other planet has a children's hospital that has no tangible gameplay reward. Well, you decide. And then the most insane, wonderful thing happened. The whole community bum rushed the planet with the children's hospital because they were like, yeah, no, we have to do this. We have to rescue them.
For
And
super art.
And we have fan art up. People made songs. People made fan art.
Oh, that's
There
official
was
art.
tons of content. Yeah, that's actually official art. But there was tons of content and a giant drive to get people to save the children. And that was a very deliberate phrasing, because the Helldivers did it. They saved the planet with the children's hospital. And in-game, nothing happened. What did happen on the Twitter of the company that publishes the game, Arrowhead, they dropped a screenshot from a donation to the Save the Children Foundation, where they dropped, I think, about $4,000 to the Save the Children Foundation.
Yeah, 4,900, something like that.
Yeah, 4,311 because it spells hell.
Yes.
Yeah, because it spells hell. So they just went, you did the good thing, we're gonna do the good thing. And they just dropped $4,000 on the charity because people were being stupid and decided to be the heroes. Which was a wonderful thing. And in the aftermath of that, a lot of people started donating $43.11 to the same charity to keep that drive going. So yeah, keeping engagement and the community is a thing you can do in very different ways, and that just needs mentioning because that was awesome.
Yeah, thank you for your donation of 4,311. Yeah, and it took a while for people. It was funny how long it took some people to recognize it. It's like, why is it? Is it? Someone was like, oh, is it because it was maybe it's because it's euros and European, and that's why they didn't donate. And then all of a sudden it was like, no, because it spells hell. And they're like, oh, I love that realization when people recognize that. So, yeah, no, absolutely, that's something that needs to be applauded.
And it really once again helps fostering that community, that co-op feeling, because of the way the entire community work together, actual children have gotten help. We didn't know that, but it does bring the community together in hindsight. We did that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
I feel like that's a very big part of why co-op games are gaining in popularity. That community feeling.
And I know there's always going to be the cynic. There's always going to be the cynic, and they're like, oh, they did it because it's publicity and blah 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 and whatever. But at the end of the day, even if it was only done because they wanted to get publicity, that money is real. They sent that money. That money is going to help someone. So even if their intention was just for, like publicity, which I don't think it was, because they had no reason to know that we were going to do, like the players were going to save the children. Even if it was, it still helps someone. So.
Yeah.
Which I absolutely love it. I thought that was one of the coolest stories, and it was a very smart way of handling it after the whole PlayStation situation,
So
PlayStation Network thing. I think that was a very
yeah.
good move on their part.
So the thing I have to get into at that point as well, the whole like major orders and overarching story is a value they provide for free. That's just part of the game, and they provide that for free after you bought into the game. That's a thing they, as a developer, decided to add to the game as a value for you continuing to play the game.
Mm.
And also, just for the whole aspect of the whole thing, Helldivers has this whole very dystopian setting where everything is brainwashed into the propaganda of Super Earth.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've ever seen a game where the "Are we the baddies" meme was used more often than for Helldivers. But the thing is, they gave us the decision to give a hint that the actual Helldivers being on the planets aren't actually the really bad guys.
Mm-hmm.
And they left that decision to us. They let us decide what we are. Which is a cool aspect.
Yeah.
It gives some agency to the players in a story that otherwise doesn't really allow for it. Because mostly it's we're in the military, we get orders to go liberate this or defend that. You follow orders. But in this case, it really put the decision in the community's hands, which is very nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a good thing, and I hope more developers and whatever see that these kind of acts, just doing things and interacting with the community in the way that Helldivers is something that can really be a good thing for the community, because this is a live service game that is doing it in a unique way that I really enjoy, that we're interacting directly with the developers because they're picking planets and they're doing things and there's always content. So even though the gameplay loop is very similar and sometimes can become a bit repetitive if you play it for too long, it's still it's still something that draws you back. So there's hope that more of the quote unquote live service games, in my opinion, stray away from season passes or whatever and do more of this interactive storytelling. It almost feels kind of like a TTRPG campaign, because Joel was like a DM or a GM, and
I believe his title was actually Game Master.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. I would love to see something like that. One of the things I wish could have been is where they turned Baldur's Gate. They gave the multiplayer of Baldur's Gate. They gave it that mode that Divinity Original Sin had, which is the GM mode. And maybe that more of content creators would run West marches where people could join in, and there's continuing stories. I know they're not going to do that because I don't see them adding the Divinity Original Sin's Game Master mode in. And I know that the DOS 2's Game Master mode was really finicky and difficult to work with, but that concept would have been awesome. I know they did that with the old Neverwinter games 1 and 2, where they had there's full on RP servers that are still running from back in the early 2000s. So
I remember that Rainier Ages showing.
Sorry.
No, I agree. That was awesome. That was just a 3.5 online multiplayer.
Yeah.
That's what it was, straight up.
I actually recently went into one that was, I believe it was Ravenloft. It was an RP Ravenloft server. This was a few years back when they re-released or they updated the Neverwinter Nights 1. And it was cool.
Oh, yeah.
It was
the enhanced edition.
Yeah, it was super cool.
Yeah, I think the enhanced edition actually drops with a few extra adventure modules that were made in that mode, basically.
Yeah, but this was a server where I had to actually download the literal the mods for it, and then I jumped into an actual campaign And it was funny because I remember in that one I played I forget what class. I think it was a ranger or no, a rogue, and my character died. And that in that one server they had permadeath, so my character died. So then my second character was my first character's brother, who was searching for her body. So I gathered some party members, and we actually fought our way to where I died, to basically grab my sister's body and bring her back so she could be properly brought to rest. And that was just randomly, just I one afternoon I just played and ran off and got myself killed, and it turned into a story.
Yeah.
So
With, I think we kind of already halfway segued to the value of live service game and how they are like monetized and made more valuable. Should we? I think we got over early access on a tangent.
yeah, we got pretty much on a tangent. Let's hit the next topic that we wanted to hit, and I'm gonna let Ulfi take it away because we're gonna be talking about again monetization in games, and one of those biggest examples is a game that you play, Ulfi, which would be
Warframe.
Yep.
I play a lot of, in fact, looking at my Steam, looking at my Warframe. I gotta get up there. I have 13. I have 1,369.7 hours
Nice.
in Warframe. And it's the reason why I brought the topic to the podcast to begin with is the way that Warframe handles not only its live service, but also its premium currency and its way that you can obtain things in the game. Everything in... Let me start at the very beginning. Warframe, whenever it entered into public beta, offered a service known as the Founding Program. This Founding Program was essentially to help the company keep the lights on and pay people to make the game. And whenever you paid for the tiers, each tier gave you something back in return, whether it was an exclusive item or extras like affinity boosters, credit boosters. The highest tier gave you a warframe, a prime warframe, and a couple of prime weapons that you can't get if you were to start playing today. So there's a FOMO aspect to it, but beyond that, everything in Warframe can be farmed. It can be played for, essentially. Or you can go the monetization route and you can buy premium currency to just buy it. Every Warframe, every prime, every weapon, every primed weapon, every landing craft part can all be farmed. And every farmed piece can be put together and built, and it'll take real time to get it. Each Warframe part takes 12 hours. Every Warframe takes 72 hours. Every weapon takes between 12 and 24 hours to build. And all that can be skipped with the premium currency, the platinum that you can buy. But Warframe, they're nice to you. Every now and then you'll get a discount coupon. You can get 20%, 25, 50, 75% off of platinum. And that's their way of saying, hey, spend a little money on this, and you don't really have to get $200 worth of platinum for $200. Here's a 75% off coupon. You can get 200 for 25. originally that wasn't the best case because my biggest complaint back in the day was you only had 4 revives per warframe per 24-hour period. And if you died in a mission 4 times, that was it. You weren't using that, if you're playing on a Monday, you're not using that frame until Tuesday night that time. But you could spend real money and get more revives. That luckily has gone the way of the dinosaur, and we no longer have to do that. Now it's just 4 revives per mission, and they reload after every mission. Uh, the original topic of the podcast was ease of entry. It's really easy to get into Warframe because the way that they've made a story for it, everyone can um, enjoy the story from start to finish through the story quests. Uh, Back then, the operations were how you got the story. Now you can't get some of that anymore. But, YouTube videos will give you the lore that you need. But ease of entry, it's a free game. All you have to do is download it and make your account. You don't have to spend any money on it unless you truly want to. Um, that's really all I had to say on it was the fact that, you know, everything in the game is farmable.
So it
Uh,
basically gives you a choice. Either you pay with time, to say it cynically, or you pay with money. But like they're both viable options.
yeah, you don't have to. You do not. You can play this game for almost 1,400 hours and not spend a single cent of real world money because everything in this game can be gained through playing it. It'll take a while to farm everything, and there are some stuff that you really might be better off buying just because of how long it takes for it to build. But if you have the time and the patience and the inclination, you can download this game today, start to play it, and not have to worry about spending any real money. There's no subscription service. Uh, there's really no pay to win because again, you can farm it.
Yeah,
Now, I mean, there are cosmetics you can't buy, you can't farm, but
pay to win is such an interesting term when it comes to free to play because it's also the nature of the game. Because if a game is not PvP, it's
hmm
hard to argue for pay to win. I mean, you could, but they're not really competing.
At
So,
that point, it often becomes sort of like a pay to show off.
yeah,
yeah.
and that's a thing. That's a thing in Warframe is, hey, I bought this limited time skin that they're only going to bring out twice a year, or that they're only going to bring out once a year. Whereas there are some games, I'm not going to name names, where they'll try to sell you a $500 skin.
For that's dedicated to a person that doesn't even use skins when they play.
Yeah. Um, Warframe, you can spend $20. That'll get you 300 platinum, or 300 platinum and some three something. You can use that to buy a skin that's going to be in the shop from now until Memorial, unless it's said otherwise. But 9 times out of 10, there's going to be a night wave, or there's going to be an event that's going to bring it back. And the nice thing about the night wave for Warframe is everybody has a battle pass. Everyone has, spend $20 premium battle pass. Everyone gets the same battle pass in Warframe, and it's always free. The challenges reset at the beginning of every week, which for Warframe is on a Sunday night. So you have a week to complete your challenges. Through that week, you're going to rack up points to move through the ranks. Once you get through 30 ranks, hey, you got all the cool stuff. And they give you things. They give you things you can't farm. They give you aura mods. They give you stance mods, umbra mods. They give you exclusive skins like a two night waves ago. We've got We got weapon skins from, what is the game called? Dark Sector. If anyone remembers Dark Sector, I'm showing my age. Dark Sector was another digital extreme game that Warframe is said to take place in the distant future of the Dark Sector universe.
Oh, okay.
And all these skins did was make your secondary weapons look like real world guns, look like revolvers, submachine guns, 1911s chambered in 45 ACP God's caliber. Uh, um, but beyond that, you have all these, you have all these different play styles and all these different frames that do different things, and you can throw every weapon in the game on them. You don't have to worry about, oh, my Soma only works on such and such. I guess I'm stuck playing them. No. If you want to run through as a giant tank and stomp the ground and cause everybody to go skyward, you can throw pretty little rose petal throwing knives on him and make him break dance. It's part of the game, part of the fun of it. Um, that that this was my example of monetization and the gameplay loop done almost positively. And even in Helldivers, you have a premium currency that you can buy in Helldivers to buy their battle passes, or you can just get them, or you can get the premium currency just by playing and, get your battle pass. The premium currency in Warframe is even farmable. You don't have to pay for platinum. Farm out the prime frames and resell them on the market tab. In Warframe has its own secondary market. And every day you can open up that tab and scroll through and people are saying WTB, WTS, so much plat, PMO, PM offer. And you do not have to bring real world money into it at all if you just farm, because then you can take whatever you don't want, resell it, and people will, trade for actual platinum. Then you can go get your cosmetics. Then you can go get your pallets.
That's an interesting one to me because in games that work like that, it's often like, for example, in Guild Wars, you could do that. You could freely convert gold to gems, the premium currency, and back.
Mhm.
So if you went to a good map to farm gold by doing the events on there, you could get up to like, let's say 60 gold per hour, which equated to about 50 gems, I believe. So that was a pretty good rate considering that cosmetics were about, let's say, 500 for middle of the pack skins, 600 ish, 1,200 for mount skins. That was the more expensive stuff. So you could do that fairly reliably. I did that a lot.
No.
But if you did the math, in the end, it came out that the best amount of gems per hour you could farm was actually just flipping burgers at McDonald's or whatever paid more than that in real life and buying it, like per
Um,
hour.
yeah. Uh, so the newest prime, and it's always like what's popular is what's going to sell more on the market. So say let's take the new prime frame, and I'll get into prime access after this. But prime so the new prime frame, say after you farm out your copy through the relics that you get from playing the missions, like say a sabotage, or not a sabotage, a spy mission, a defense mission, a uh interception mission, and a survival mission. Those four missions, and you have to play them 10 times each, so 40 missions. And after you play them 10 times each, you'll get the relic that you need to farm out your prime frame. So you sit a whole day, 8 hours to farming out relics. Okay, you have your relics, and you start farming out those relics, and you realize, hey, I've got 3 copies of this new prime plus the one that I want. So you go build your prime. Your prime's building. But what do I do with these other 3 copies? Go to the marketplace. Let's see realistically what are all these copies selling for. You see that the average is 200 platinum. All right, so you throw your thing up. I want to sell Protea Prime 200 platinum. That's the average. If you really want to make the sale, you'll drop at 50. Protea Prime 150. You sell 2 of those, you've almost got $20 worth of platinum right there. So then you can turn around, take that 300, go buy that brand new cosmetic for the frame that you want to play out of the market, and not have to worry about spending any money. You won't have to bring, real currency into it. Prime Access, the way they do that's really nice. Every 3 months they bring out a new Prime frame. On day of release, the the relics are adjusted to add in the new frame parts. If you don't want to buy them, you can go farm them. Or you can spend 140 USD on a Prime Access that gives you almost $300 in platinum, the new frame, the new weapons, a 90-day booster for both affinity and credits, which the regular market doesn't sell 90-day boosters. And that 90-day booster is going to last you until the next Prime Access 3 months later. So now you have almost $300 worth of platinum that you can invest, buy new slots, buy new gear, or you can use it as, a catalyst to start a trade. You have the new frame, you have the new weaponry, all that's going to turn into affinity for you to level up with and do your mastery rank exams and all that good stuff. And it creates a continuous loop of playing to earn, to buy, to play, to earn, to level, so on and so
Uh,
forth.
okay.
And it's, for a lot of people, they like it. Now, some people have strayed away from the game because they've changed over the years. Like, their story has changed, and
That was fair.
they've changed certain mechanics. But regardless of a change of story and a change of mechanics, they've still moved away from what some people would say predatory monetization of, oh, you have to pay for respawns, to you can farm everything in this game and not spend a single cent.
I
And
do
even
feel I do feel like in general that kind of predatory monetization has kind of moved away from PC gaming. You can find it on mobile still, but
Yeah.
I don't see it as often on PC anymore, or console for that matter.
yeah,
Yeah, I think
and
there's been a
it's
lot of negative feedback from it, so a lot of people are stepping back from doing that to kind of using their PC games or whatever as a platform for like, hey, this is our games, and then focusing on the markets where they do get a lot of it from, which is mobile or sports games. So
yeah. Now I've said all this, and I'm ashamed to admit it, but I've spent quite a bit of money on Warframe because I like primes and I don't like to farm.
I mean, you've played a lot of hours, so that's a
Yeah.
well-worthy investment. I mean, the thing is that they're making the offer and leaving you the choice. We talked about that with Deep Rock Galactic,
hmm
and some other games do it as well, even smaller ones. Another example is World War Z, which also had like content patches for free, but always offered a cosmetic pack releasing at the same time, where they were like, "Hey, you can spend money on us if you want."
And that's the beautiful thing of Warframe, is that all of their updates are going to be free, but all of their updates do usually include new weapons, new frames, or uh, big quality of life things, or just new things to farm.
Mm.
To get the new things, like you have to farm and not a lot of people like this. You have to farm faction affinity to buy augmentation mods, which
Uh,
is a
uh,
pain, but
uh,
go on, Frax. I kept cutting you off.
I was just like, I play World of Warcraft. I've seen reputation grinds. I'm used to them. I don't mind that much.
That's why I stopped playing.
There's good, there's bad reputation grinds. Nowadays, they're saying about it. They've had their worst periods, but yeah, like an affinity grind or reputation in the end is not much different to me than just another kind of XP bar.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what it is
I
really.
I hate farming. I hate farming so much, but there is a Warframe called Hildren. She's the really big brawlic female frame. If you've seen, you might have seen people post them if they play Warframe in servers that you're in. But her signature weapon is an art gun, which normally you can't use in atmosphere. You can only use during Arcwing missions. Well,
Mm.
the big thing about her is a lot of Warframes make their signature weapons better, and she makes her art gun, the lance spur, a lot better than what it is if you just use it, in space or with another frame. But the only way to use it in atmosphere is to get a specific item that you can't get except from a specific mission that you can't access until you get rank 5 with a specific faction. And the only way to get
Mm.
rank 5 is by doing their open world missions to get affinity. And that's a pain in the ass. That's grinding. That's real, like, nose to the stone grinding. But if you want something bad enough and you can't buy it, which you can't buy this item, I've tried, um, you gotta farm it. And once you go through the trouble of farming it and you finally have it and you see how awesome it is, you're like, damn, I should have done this sooner.
yeah.
This is so much more fun that I get to walk around with the equivalent of a sci-fi minigun point blanking cyber zombies. So sometimes the grind's worth it because sometimes that grind, you finally get your ice cream cone after saving up for a few days, and
If
it's
it
worth
wasn't
it.
the design that worked, games wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's
Yeah.
basically that's why. For example, that's why EA keeps doing what they do with like the FIFA games because people buy it, or that's why
Yeah.
So it's that. So all right.
I
So
mean,
keep going there.
yeah, I kind of have a segue for that, because we were talking about monetization and how companies do that, and I kind of want to get back to Conan Exiles. Because what they did post-launch, they added, as I said, like content. They added dungeons, new parts of the map, the mount system, expanded on like game systems here and there, and that was always free. What they did in the beginning of the game, they offered cosmetic packs that they made strictly player powerless. They basically got cosmetic packs for the different cultures of the setting. It's set in the Conan setting from what's his name? I think Howard. From the author that wrote the Conan books. And basically, you get a building piece set themed after the culture, an armor set, and weapons. And you could make the weapons out of iron, which is an early game material, or out of star metal, which is the end game material. So they were equivalent to their tiered compatriots. So there was no player power in there, and they just basically sold you a cosmetic set for each culture for a fixed price of, I think, $15 per pack. And they kept releasing those with the game updates. So recently they had a shift and they went the way of the dreaded battle pass.
Yeah.
But even when they did that, they tried to keep it fair. The first thing is Conan Exile is an open world survival game where you can have servers with specific settings on how you like to play the game, and you can make the game a lot easier. And they said, hey, you can earn our battle pass experience on a server that's set for however you like it. You can even cheat the battle pass experience. We don't care. That's what they did from day one. They also had a battle pass that has enough currency so you can buy the next one, which is also a decent thing to do for a battle pass. So they've been kind of fair about the battle pass. And I was like, this is maybe the best version of a battle pass I've seen. But it still is the thing I hate about battle passes, it is FOMO. If I don't have time to play for 6 weeks, I'm missing out. And that's game design I loathe.
So,
Because it's a game, it's a hobby, not a job.
so that's actually an interesting segue because I wanted to kind of get to our final section since we've been going on for a little bit, and I think it's a nice wrap up. We're gonna play a little bit of a. It's not so much of a game, but it's kind of a. We're gonna have a quick fire round with all of us, and give me a second while I set this up for us.
Let me quickly finish the Conan Exiles story because there's more, which is
Well,
actually interesting.
Oh, okay.
They're stepping away from the battle pass again. They're scrapping the battle pass for Conan Exiles. They're just gonna do an in-game shop with cosmetics you can buy for a labeled amount of cash, and that's that. With the specific express statement, we saw how we put out content with this, and it's not what we like and what we want to do and what works for us, so we're stepping back. And I think that's the first company ever that I've seen stepping away from a battle pass again.
Nice.
Which is interesting. But yeah, you go on now.
So, leading on that, and you could probably expand on this on this section here, but I remember we had a conversation talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I would like to hear from all of you guys, just kind of quick comments on some of the good barrier of entry and monetization, the bad, the ugly, and I guess I'm going to call it the future. What you would like to see in the future. So we're gonna get to this section here. So obviously it's good, bad, and the ugly. If you don't know, it's an old cowboy movie. Let me add some ambiance here before we start, though. And yes,
You're not gonna put on.
you should all be afraid.
Oh god, it's gonna be the soundtrack, isn't it?
If you put on Morricone music, we'll be copyright stricken. Just saying.
Don't put on the Jeopardy thing.
There we go. So, all right. So let's go. And yes, it is the kazoo version of the good and bad ugly. So, Twitch.
I love it.
If you take this as a copyright, then you better pay the person who's playing that kazoo. So,
That's a awesome move. I love.
Yeah.
so let me turn this down just a tad bit. Oh no, it's fine. We'll just deal with it. So. So we're gonna go around and we're gonna actually kind of get everybody's opinion on some good practices, some bad, something ugly that happened maybe recently, and some of the future suggestions that you may have. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay. Go for it, Arthur.
Good. Open house and homecoming for MTG, as well as the Warframe monetization system of everything can be farmed or bought. Bad. The way that Siege still does their battle pass. Ugly. The $500 skin from that one game. The future. I hope that soon, whenever we purchase a game, that it'll be the whole game and not just a chunk of game.
Definitely.
Second one for the ugly, I guess, is extremely long open early access cycles because, was it 7 Days to Die or Days Gone? was in early access for how many years?
12.
12.
12, and
Yeah.
then Baldur's Gate, even though Baldur's Gate was amazing, it was still in early access for
3.
longer than what it should have been. 3. Um,
Yeah, it took a year longer than originally planned.
I guess another thing for good, the Elden Ring DLC, just because I want to throw that out there. That's what I got.
Nice. All right. Eeny, meeny, miny, fracks.
Good. The way early access is done by companies like Larian, where it's less about the early access being a get the game out and keep developing while we already have money, but a dialogue with their player base, not just mass bug testing, which obviously is also a part of it, but also feedback about how the game plays, how the systems work, how the graphics look, and to continuously improve and get immediate feedback on that before launch. That's definitely something I like. The bad of monetization, the ever increasing push to make games more expensive, and I get where it's coming from. Life is getting more expensive all the time, but the allowance of your player base is not getting higher all the time, and that's definitely a thing that they need to keep in mind. A lot of their player base is children that don't work yet, and if games are becoming more and more expensive, then even the people that have a wage will think twice about buying it. So
Yeah.
that might be more inclined to stick by what they have. Ugly, whatever Ubisoft is doing with their different editions and pre-orders and paying, what was it, $120 for a whole game?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not on board with that.
And,
For the future, I hope that's not going to be a thing anymore. And for the future, I hope that there's just more developers that have just faith in their product and monetize it that way instead of getting all of these mandatory purchases or microtransactions in there. Make me want to pay you, basically.
awesome. Yeah. I agree. Well, Core.
So
You're up.
let me think of the good. Yeah, companies properly doing early access. A lot of people getting entry into game development and being able to make the games they want to make without being tied down by a big publisher or having to make 3 games they don't want to make money or make a report before they can actually do stuff. That's really good. Also, yes, some games shying away from the state-of-the-art model of the battle pass again, and also very good communities pushing back through social media against horrible changes that gaming industry execs make. Maybe teaching them to not do that in the future. I'm actually hopeful about that, but I'm a hopeless optimist. The bad, yeah, the current state of battle passes as a whole and the whole FOMO trend that we have seen, that's likely, sadly, not gonna go away anytime soon. The little difference between full price releases and early access titles concerning quality. And yeah, for the ugly, whatever the first Fortnite thing was, like that was basically everything bad we talked about in one convenient package. So that's my ugly. For the future, yeah, I hopefully would hope that the people making decisions for the big companies see how incredibly successful indie titles can be these days, like, or AA, like the smaller studios like Valheim, Helldivers, everything in that category that they see. Hey, people give money when you actually are delivering a great product and maybe opening their eyes. The head of Larian pushed back really well on that because he made very vocal statements about the state of the gaming industry when he basically collected Game of the Year awards year round for his game or for his company's game.
Pretty much.
So yeah, I'm actually optimistic because people make more informed decisions and voice their opinions and actually know how to behave on the gaming market to change certain patterns, and I hope that will develop gaming as a whole as a hobby for the better, because we've seen those pushbacks being successful more and more, and sometimes even C-level employees having to take their hat for their bad decisions, which is a nice development in the right direction, I'd say. Yeah, I just want to stay optimistic on everything, and the market will
Absolutely.
figure itself out if people scream loud enough. Somewhat, hopefully. Yeah, that's for me.
Fantastic. And I guess I'll be the final one here.
You better.
Let's have a secret guest. No. So for me, the good. Obviously, I do want to highlight again Helldivers and the positivity that's brought into kind of community. There you go. That's kind of brought into to communities, highlighting the more positive aspects of communities because I definitely see a lot of negativity being brought up often. Very vocal minorities on different platforms, just kind of like shouting out just toxic things. So a lot of that positivity from the Helldivers devs, a lot of gaming companies supporting good business practices. So Larian doing very well and winning as many awards as they did for Baldur's Gate. That's good. Paizo getting the praise that it does for some of its practices is good. When 5e is trying to do some good, that some people are trying to say, hey, look, it's hopeful. There's some cool stuff. I do like that. I've been seeing a lot of good talk and discussion, and I think it's good for for gaming in general if people are going to be more open-minded. The bad, well, obviously the bad. You guys have gone over a lot of really bad ones, but yeah, like Ubisoft. I mean, that's just some of the stuff that they're doing, selling the versions like 120. The four, what was it? The Quad A is what they're calling it now. The 4A. It's not AAA anymore.
Yeah. Because it was that good.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
So yeah, that definitely I'm not a fan of that. So that's definitely bad. I see that as a bad thing. Because it's going to be setting up a precedent of like, okay, now we're going to be charging more for games, and like you mentioned, the price of games. I understand if games are going to be a bit more expensive, but it sucks when games are more expensive, but then they're also delivering less. So if the quality of the games stay, even if they stayed the same as what they were in the past, because they're not even that anymore, and that's kind of something. So I definitely want to see that. Hope that doesn't become a thing. As far as ugly, I mean, not too much ugly, other than of course like Starfield's whole like paid mod thing again, and Bethesda kind of testing the waters. I find that as kind of a little bit off, and just overall, I think for the future, I really want to see more transparency when it comes to game development and it just in general, even video games and tabletop. I think that really benefited the Larian early access. I think Hades is an example of a game that was in early access that really improved because of the transparency and what they said and showed during their trial period. Because let's be real, if you launch a game on Epic, that's just a testing ground. You don't really that's not you actually launching your game. That's like early access, the platform, in my opinion. but also in tabletop too. With the discussion, the open discussions that are going on with like 5e. I kind of wish they dug their heels in and kept some of the changes that they had previously, but I understand.
Yeah, true.
And the way how other gaming companies are doing that, I really like the surge of tabletop RPGs that are coming out. Everything from like Roll, DC-20 to other systems that are getting more of a highlight. Blades in the Dark, Shadowrun, all these getting more of a spotlight due to the whole OGL thing from earlier last year. I hope that continues. So that's my piece.
Oh, I forgot one.
Go ahead.
Regional pricing, good thing. Keep it going.
Oh yeah, regional pricing. People, definitely need to be on that. So
Yeah, should have definitely mentioned in the Barrier of Access podcast.
Yeah.
because there's some places that the pricing is just exorbitant. Wouldn't you agree, Gruda, if you're still there? So.
I
Gruda
think-
started streaming.
Yeah, which would be a a good segue to a raid, maybe.
Yes.
And that segue would be. Help me out.
Yeah, we have a friend that is very happy with regional pricing, and we could rate them.
Oh, absolutely. No, that was a given. So I know we have a couple of people that are planning on streaming. So any final comments from anyone before we wrap it up for this month?
No.
Nothing
I
from
don't
me.
think I have anything other than check out my stream if you have free time at Sister Mortis
All right.
here on Twitch.
That's twitch.tv/sistermortis, one word.
Yes.
Yep. I actually enjoyed playing, and I would have put more of the stream, but we played some Armored Core the other day, so it's always nice to see the variety streams there. So cool. So one thing I do want to shout out to is obviously everyone who's here, who's helped. Artsy, who's helped with the art, Solzy and Mega and all the others who have helped with the articles. Hopefully, as we continue, we will be doing them a good service for all the work that they're going to. Core, of course, organizing everything as our coordinator. Get it? Coordinator.
You
So-
you had to, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I had to. So
Fair.
definite. We will be a few announcements. We will be using social media because that exists. So ATH Nerdcast, I will be posting it in the same channels, and it will be added to our Twitch page. We do have a Twitter account. We have a YouTube where I'm going to be uploading some of the content and the actual VODs. And we also do have a Reddit account as well. So we're going to be I'm going to try to make our presence known a bit more so that we get a little bit of traction to see if people are interested in the art community and whatnot. And I'm going to also have an email set up. We do have an ATH Gmail set up, so any kind of business inquiries in the future, if we ever get to that point where we actually start to look like an actual business or doing things professionally or organized. So any kind of partnerships, any kind of future guests or projects that we plan. I'm also wanting to spotlight that the ATH Nerdcast Twitch is going to be used during the month to stream all sorts of things. Try to be more on a regular schedule, and I will be doing my best to update that schedule very soon. I've been working on that so that way I can get everyone on there. So we're going to have partnered streams. So anyone who's interested in working with the ATH Nerdcast and maybe partnering with one of the hosts or anyone who's associated with it. Like I mentioned, Frax, you wanted to at some point stream some Age of Empires. I might steal Ofi in here when he is teaching us magic. Core, if you ever get into the mood of streaming something in the future, you're welcome. And I know I'll be doing my best to stream some stuff. I mean that literally because I might pull Artsy in here while she's drawing and I'm playing something and dying miserably in the background because I am playing some sort of weird amalgamation of a mod that does not work. So, definitely look forward to that. But with that being said, let's see if we can raid Gruta. Let me see if this actually works. Because I know last month I tried the raid and it didn't. Thank you everybody who's been here for the entirety of the stream. We definitely appreciate you. We love you guys. I know a lot of you are from our communities. I see Afton, I see Annika here. We have some of your art in the background. And among others, definitely will be around and available. I think the next thing I plan to stream is if Frax and Core, if you're okay with it, maybe our Tuesday Pathfinder
Sure,
game.
yeah.
I think that might
Absolutely.
be fun for us to stream and kind of see you guys bumble through a library. I think my library staff who are watching, including my direct supervisor, thank you for all your support, by the way. Yes.
As I've been warning you, if I'm playing my dwarf lady, there will be F-bombs galore.
That is totally fine.
And I gotta step out. Thanks for having me today. It was great talking with all y'all. I hope everybody had a good stream, but I have to go do the streamer thing.
Yep, so check out
Good
Ofi.
luck.
Fun of
Ofi
me.
will be streaming,
Boy.
and we'll raid Gruta for a bit, see what Gruta's up to. Alright.
I think suffering in Elden Ring.
Yep.
Okay, give me 1 second while I switch to the overlay.